edition of a roundtable discussion. I want to appeal to you and those online that will start a little bit late, but this is not our tradition. Our timing is sacrosanct. We have no Nigerian African time here. We are waiting for the lead discussant's arrival. So immediately he steps in now, we'll commence the program. UAC, thank you. Hello?
Once again, good morning, everyone. We will be starting the program very, very shortly. But while we just right now we have the guest speaker for the roundtable here. So we are starting the program right away. You're welcome. And it will be properly introduced to us, and then we kickstart the program.
UAC, Change Nigeria. I think we should commence this program with an opening prayer, as usual. Second stanza of the national anthem. Yeah. O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and live in just and truth. Great lofty height attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. UAC, Nigeria first. You are welcome. As promised, we said immediately our lead discussant steps in, we'll commence the program. It is not in our tradition to start any of our activities a minute after the scheduled time. So you are most welcome. Now we are with us, the lead speaker, Doctor now. Abi? Okay, I'll give you. No, we'll give you. Yeah. Comrade Mike Guinea, a staunch student activist. In his student days, he was actually the SUG president of University of Benin. And of course, at some point, Benin, Lagos, Ibadan were the hotbed of activism in the then Nansem Zone D. And he was an active member, very, very active. Sometimes paid dearly for it. I won't say more than that. An activist of note, and by the dint of hard work, integrity, he was appointed the resident electoral commissioner of National Electoral Commission, INEC. So presently, he serves as the REC of Akwa Ibom State. Of course, even in NEC, he's been one of the vocal voice for electoral integrity and for appropriate reform to strengthen our democratic process in Nigeria. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Mike Igini, the comrade Mike Igini. No, we'll just introduce him. I will hand over to the moderator, and he is the convener of United Action for Change, Dr. Adeyemi Banire. Welcome.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, both physically present and those virtually present. Allow me to welcome all of you, including our host who is late, to stop looking for, if you are late, you are late. Including, yes, welcome remark. Welcome all of us to today's round table. Particularly our guest speaker and the lead discussant, Comrade Mike Igini, is not a stranger to us in USC. He had participated before, if you remember, when we had one of our town hall meetings in which we had a lecture. Today, we are dealing extensively with the subject electoral process as regulated by the Electoral Act. Of course, you know, we've had Electoral Act since almost 2006. Let me take it from that. There have been previous ones. Up to now, 2010, as the substantive, there will be amending and amending and amending to the extent that I can tell you for free, except for somebody like him, most people will not even know which one is which again. There's so much confusion in the field now. And upon the passage of this particular latest or the extant Electoral Act, the strange thing that I've discovered is that the stakeholders know nothing about it. Interestingly, all the parties, even the big ones, they have not bothered to even go through it. They do so many things that continues to contravene the Electoral Act. Even the people themselves don't even know what they are talking about. So we now decided at one of our meetings that, look, if the Electoral Act constitutes the bedrock of the electoral process, it is incumbent on all of us to be conversant with it. Charity begins at home, is what is usually said. Even amongst ourselves as members of UAC, the last meeting where we decided, we discovered, when I was saying some things, some of our members said, so it's there. So we now resolve that let's even train ourselves first before we go out there to educate others. In the process, we decided to extend the frontier to other stakeholders in the society that might be interested. And that is why we have even made it virtual. We know that if we have gone all out to encourage people to be here physically, the place will be choked. So we have encouraged virtual, and I'm glad that we are having more people online than even physically right now. So today, we are all going to be treated largely to the import of the Electoral Act 2022. And it's going to be largely interactive so that people are able to contribute, ask for clarification and questions in the process. Now, without wasting our time, for those that are online and those that are coming or attending our function for the first time, United Action for Change is a platform through which we ventilate a lot of value-added services, if I can put it that way, to our country, Nigeria. It is an assembly of people who believe that you can always be leader without office, that you can always have one thing or the other to contribute to the nation's growth without necessarily expecting any reward. We have substantial number of people who continues to sacrifice both in terms of resources and physically. It is an association where everybody contributes, no matter how 50 naira, 1 naira, 10 naira a year. We do not rely on anybody or any authority or corporation for sponsorship of our program. We sponsor all our programs ourselves. And we have done so much in terms of advocacy. We have done, I make bold to say that is on record that this group of people, this particular platform is the first to have convened the town hall meeting before the federal government adopted it. In fact, that first town hall meeting was led by His Excellency the Vice President then. It was thereafter that the federal government started doing town hall meeting all over. We continue to have our annual public lecture and town hall meeting in which topical issues are usually interrogated. We have roundtable like this from time to time, at most every quarter, on different subjects ranging from energy, education, parenthood, and so on and so forth. It is a group of people that also engages in what we call legislative advocacy. We have had calls to draft several legislative bills that some have become law. In fact, again, the Whistleblower Act was first initiated by this group of people. We started it, the Freedom of Information Act, the amendment to it. We were the first to work on it, and we went all over the whole place, from the state assembly to one state assembly to the other, presenting it to them. We were at the National Assembly, where we also made our presentation on the Whistleblowers Act then. So we do legislative advocacy, public interest litigation. We are blessed with the number of senior lawyers in our midst. So we do public interest litigation on behalf of several deprived people in the society. These are among several things that we do. The most important one, again, we engage in what is called Youth Leadership Program. This is a program that is annual equally, in which we ask people, youth, to apply all over in order to sharpen and develop their skill. The excuse has always been that the youth can never be useful to the society because they lack the necessary capacity. We in UAC do not believe, we did not share in that position. But we still enter the assumption that let's even assume that they do not have the capacity, which is an indictment on the elders. But we can still bridge that capacity gap. So we continue to have youth leadership training 3 days every year, in which we house several youth in an hotel or a particular institution for 3 days, groomed in the art of leadership, free of charge. They eat, they feed, and they learn, and they continue to multiply this knowledge all over the whole place. These are some of the programs that we run from time to time. There are still a lot of other, but I do not want to take the time of everyone here today, because I know that it's going to be a very, very ebullient section, recognizing and knowing our lead discussant and the capacity of our members to interrogate questions. So I'm going to stop there as far as UAC is concerned. Then why are we here today? Like I said in my introductory remark, we expect that at the end of the day, we'll be able to educate the members of the public generally about the import. So many things that we observe. For example, I see jamboree all over. If you ask Lukman there, he must have been observing them. Several aspirants has been all over the whole place, contravening the Electoral Act with impunity. To the best of my recollection, I'm sure the guest lecturer will tell us, electoral campaigns are meant to be 150 days to the election. But today, what do you see all over the whole place? It's as if there is no regulation in town there. Money exchanges and all over the whole place. We do not even know again whether there is anything forbidding it. We hear from the guest lecturer today. We see so many other things. In fact, in my own state, which is where we are, I've seen, not less than 7 people have been to me in my office complaining about the fact that a certain godfather said they must go and drop their ambition, and that some people have been decided to be the one to run the ticket of the party. I said, in this dispensation under this act, how can that happen? If one told me that it was told that, look, there's nothing you can do, but the man was smarter enough because he had consulted me before. There have been lists of delegates they elected, which is with INEC. So I told him, go and get a certified true copy. So he got a certified true copy, he got to the man. The man said, no, you are going to share it with others. I said, no, we've done this thing. He said, no, we will change it. He said, I have my CTC. So today, a lot of people don't even know they can approach INEC, get the CTC of whatever they have there, so that if they decide to violate your right, you can interrogate it. Some of us, this body, particularly UAC, is ever there for you, free of charge to interrogate this question. There are still so many people that will be deprived in the process, not only in Lagos State, all across the nation. It is our own responsibility, but as I said, charity begins at home. We ourselves must be educated first before we can go out there and fight for the right of the other. So our expectation is at the end of the day, we learn more about what the electoral process requires. For example, what is the level of INEC's role in monitoring primaries? Experience has shown in the past, which we have seen. We saw it in only a few places, maybe in Akwa Ibom and recently in Anambra, where we've had upright, that's my own personal view, upright rec that are able to stand their feet to say property must be done. In a whole lot of other places, including Lagos State, they just sign whatever the parties bring at the end of the day. They don't monitor anything. They compromise their position. What does the law say when they call, if the officials compromise their position? We will know today. What does the law require INEC, the role it requires INEC to play in primary? We hear about the situation today. How can we complain? What can we do if you are deprived? These are some of the issues that we expect to learn today. Now, coming to the guest lecturer today, the lead discussion, you've heard about him. I'm sure we will take his profile immediately. We finish now. Somebody will tell us who he is, but I know, like Pope said, he's a great activist. He's here he is today, not because of any other criteria than the fact that he has integrity. Simple. It's a matter of integrity. And so far, he has demonstrated in all the places that he has been sent to, even when it was tough under Jonathan. I'm sure Gerard will remember when we were in Osun, that he had to be deployed to Osun to come and join them there and take charge of the most how do I put it now? Virulent senatorial district, if Jesha area there. And I know that even today, we all know everyday people compromise the electoral process. It's the only one, to the best of my recollection, that I've insisted that the returning officer be prosecuted. You must have read recently about the professor that was jailed. But for him, the man who have escaped with everything. He served as a deterrence to the process. I will know that it's not somebody that can be bullied. He expresses his opinion the way he feels it and legally. And you see, the regret I have personally in this venture is that I belong to a faculty of law in those days. For those who are used to the international academic community, by today, this man must be in the university at the barest minimum as an adjunct lecturer teaching our electoral law. But what do? I don't think there's any faculty in Nigeria that teaches electoral law in Nigeria today. And electoral law is the election is what determines who you are, where we are going to go, our limitation. Nobody is teaching it. It is too important to be overlooked. My expectation is that the university by today to start thinking of institutionalizing courses in electoral law so that people can go there, teach them about what are the components, how to go about it. These are the people that will go out there to teach all others and introduce some elements even from primary, secondary school level, so that even a child growing up will already know the values of the electoral system. But all these things are lacking and we expect magic at the end of the day. This is not possible. So today we are lucky to have the person of Comrade Mike Igini in our midst, who will, of course, take us through all this presentation today. So on this note, without wasting our time further, I think I will invite the next person who will give the profile to quickly come forward and tell us some few things, because you can't say everything about this man today, otherwise that will be the lecture or the presentation. So let's even have, who is taking it, please? Kirat, are you the one taking it? Who is taking, okay. So we hear about it, then we invite him quickly to come and make the presentation, because beyond the presentation is the interactive aspect that I'm more interested in. Thank you very much, and I welcome all of you, both virtually and physically. Thank you.
USC, thank you at this convener for, to be sincere, you have said everything we need to know about our lead discussants, Comrade Mike Igini. But the little I would say, because I know and I've read, is that he is, a lot of us don't know he is a lawyer. And he was the SUG president during Iron Lady, Professor Mrs. Grace Alele Williams of blessed memory of then Uniben. So his integrity and confidence is what has taken him to this height he has today. He has many honors. He was an hero of the June 12 struggles. A lot of us don't know that. So I would not like to bore us with many things, because our convener had said a lot. He has broken down everything. So in that aspect, I would say, Comrade Mike Igini, you are welcome to the floor. Welcome, sir.
USC, Change Nigeria.
Good morning, everybody. And including my friends and those on the virtual platform who are part of this very all-important event. I want to really thank members of UEC for this invitation. This is the second invite that have been extended to me by this group. And to thank my friend and teacher, the University of Lagos, Senior Advocate Banire, and of course my other senior advocate seated there. And all comrades, good morning. I really, really want to thank you. For deeming it necessary to have a program like this, similar to the one you had that was also invited around the 9th of August, 2018, as we were preparing for the 2019 election. Also, to engage among yourselves and to the Nigerian people. And by your action, you have shown clearly what is expected of Nigerians with respect to Part 1, Section 2 of the Electoral Act that says that voters and civic education is a multi-stakeholders responsibility. And what you have been doing is precisely that. Educating Nigerians on the sound knowledge of democracy and democratic process. Because the greatest promise of democracy, why it is chosen over and above other forms of government, is because of the periodic, regular opportunity for people to make a choice of who should lead them. And we all know that one of the fundamental flaws of liberal democracy is the assumption that people will make a rational choice. The question is, what rational choice do you expect a society that the level of literacy is very high and where poverty is ravaging the land? What type of rational choice do you expect them to make? That is why education, this kind of engagement to empower the people is very important, because democracy itself, in its traditional classical sense, is a fragile construct, extremely vulnerable to the idea that one's own is preferred. You may want to do everything to achieve it. And that is why democracy must be protected and guarded through the kind of effort that UAC have been making. So I want to thank you very much. So in this respect, I want to say that the choice of the topic is not only apt, but tremendously engaging in terms of content, significance, and topicality, having regard to the forthcoming 2023 elections. You know, for the extremity of monarchy and dictatorship, we opted for democracy. And periodic election, therefore, becomes moments when the journey of a country is renewed in terms of policies that have been involved in certain period, as well as the personnel who promoted those policies. Election provide vertical accountability. And it's a very important moment in the life of any country. Election is the bedrock of democracy. This is what compares elected and appointed public officials to pay attention to citizens. And that is why it is important that to be able to govern effectively with legitimacy, elections must be credible. It must be free, it must be fair, and must be credible, devoid of rigging and manipulation. Because a rigged election amounts to absence of election. A rigged election, if not checked, will make election appear to be mere ritual without actually choosing. And so, what we are doing here today is so important because whether democracy or the institution of representative democracy will have a hopeful future in our country will depend on the role that all of us will play. And when I talk about stakeholders here, I must identify them. UAC is a stakeholder and your members. But on the driver's seat of having credible elections is the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The judiciary, security agencies, and their personnel. And I will speak to some of them, one or two of them. Political parties, the candidates, the electorate, civil society, the media are the key stakeholders, very important in the democratic process. The INEC on the driver's seat as an umpire to midwife the democratic competition. And as an umpire, we must, and that is why what we have demonstrated over time, that we must act like Caesar's wife. We must be above board. In all our actions, on our inactions, the things we do or fail to do, we must, having taken an oath, to do right to all who have come before the people of Nigeria to seek for elective office. We must do right to all of them. Judiciary. Judiciary plays a key role. Alexis de Tocqueville, the French scholar, who did a lot of study of American democracy, made the point a long time ago that the strength of American democracy and its vibrancy is essentially because of the role of the judiciary. That hardly will any matter will come up that will have impact on the American democratic heritage that will not be determined timeously. That was the why in all the elections that I've observed across the globe in America, before election, in the last election of 2020, over 368 matters were determined before the election. But can we say that about our country with respect to judiciary? And I must say this here. The NBA, the Lagos branch, invited me, and UAC is now number 2 group that have started the process of drawing attention to critical provisions because there's ignorance in the land. And this is going to land us in a very terrible situation. There's ignorance in the land. Practitioners of politics, they don't even know what the law says at the moment. They are not interested. Regrettably, even the masses do not also know. And so, I made the point that if Nigeria will die, Nigeria will die because of the role of lawyers and judges. We are now becoming the greatest problem of our own country. I am one of them in terms of being a member of the noble profession. And I made the point very clear. Senior advocates here, 2 of you, that the legal profession is not just an occupation to earn a living. It had a special role with society. The preservation of law and order. And that we are supposed to be trusted. We are supposed to lead. Because when people have dispute between citizens and between governments, who do they go to? They go to lawyers. Who are the bar and those in the bench? In what way have we really played our role? We are going to have a special section because one of the things I've decided to do so many things that has making the country a difficult place. In the course of this interaction, I will say a few things about my own constituency, the judiciary. Today, I carry my placard in my heart because of the things that I do not expect happening from people, a set of people that are supposed to protect law and order. The rule of law is a graceful ornament to any society. In fact, it is the Corinthian capital of a polis society. That is why Acemoglu and Robinson, in their book, Why Nations Fail, they made the point about the rule of law. The rule of law. Rule of law is not just a legal term, it's an economic term. It affects all facets of human life. What do we have in our country? We're in the state of anarchy. When Emily Duncan propounded that theory, he doesn't indicate that we don't have laws, but it's just that they are not just effective. We're in the state of anarchy. And we have been on this recession, anarchy recession, value recession for a very long time. Security. Because we are going to look at the provisions. But the point is that the electoral law, our processes are not self-executory. Are they self-executory? You can have the best of laws, but who are the people to implement it? And so for 2023, security agencies and their personnel, what is expected is absolute neutrality. Absolute neutrality. But do we say that in all our experience in elections? But when they do well, we commend them. In the recent elections we've conducted, Edo, Ondo, Anambra, and several off-season elections, I want to say our security agencies did very well. It is our hope that this will be carried to the 2023 elections. It is our hope that they will do so. Because in Akwa Ibom, before the 2019 election, we had over 8 commissioners of police before the election. In fact, on the day there was a confusion. 3 commissioners of police were announced the same day, and they sat on the same seat the same day. Because every time they came, and good enough. And that's some of the things that people talk about, the integrity, the value of trustworthiness, and all of that. Most of the CPs who are now commissioners of police, from our struggle in those days when they were much younger in the system, they have now become commissioners of police. They know all of you, they know us. So whenever you post them to Akwa Ibom, oh, they will come and say, comrade, quietly in the office, we shall work together. And of course, you throw the politicians, they have their ears. When they hear that, oh, this is not going to be good at all for us, they will remove the commissioner of police. 8 commissioners of police were all removed. And they got to a point where I was also to be removed. Now, if you remove 8 commissioners of police before one election, and the INEC is also removing resident commissioners, who will have confidence in that process. Because election is about confidence, it's about trust. In America, the election is built on trust. And that is why when you go to Washington, D.C., the opening welcome remarks is really welcome. Welcome to America. Welcome to the celebration of American democracy. In our election tomorrow, you are not going to see security personnel anywhere. Walk up to anywhere, cast your vote, and go home. It's about trust. And so, it will not help us if, as we are preparing our party primaries, Congress are going on, that security should be in the hand and control and direction of an aspirant against other aspirants within a party. That should not happen. And so, this is very important. And of course, the political parties, stakeholders, the electorate themselves, who are the citizens. They need to exercise, they use their office on election day. Then the media, you have your role to play here. We should move away from cognitive cherry picking. You pick on some issues as related to people that perhaps you are under their, what do you call it? I don't want to call payroll down. You know, they call it, no, not brand envelope. No. People, you know, I'm a friend of the media. So it's not brand envelope. Consultancy. All right. So when that happens, what we now have become what the echo chambers. So what I need to remind you here is what William Woe of Stafford University, one of your own in the media, has enjoined you. That your vision should be disclosure, your canon should be objectivity, your discipline should be verification, and that your credo should be the people's right to know. Therefore, the entire stakeholder I've identified here, anywhere in the world, election is the moment to determine, to test the commitment of state institution to the ideal of that state. And so that is important. Now, as you all know, and having spoken briefly about the rule of law, the 2010 Electoral Act is what we are going to critically examine a few of the profound provisions with respect to, from the eyes of the commission. And for people like us in the system, the commission that want Nigeria to know, to empower you. Because many people are going to run into problems. They already run into problems already with the 2022 Electoral Act. But information is knowledge. and knowledge is power. And so, because it's already being used, and barring any change in the Electoral Act from the ongoing amendment of the Constitution, which is still ongoing, they have sent to the State Assembly. We are a people that has the grasshopper mentality. The grasshopper, you see the grasshopper working the rainy season, dry season, because it already has a short-term goal. Every time we are going for election, we will do a new Electoral Act. This is what we've been doing. As we are speaking now, amendment is also ongoing. So where lies the question of the sanctity of the law that requires that laws should be made sufficiently long enough for all stakeholders to know. But I'm not saying here that about the African, practice. We say it's just an advisory that we should make it. It's not as if you cannot do the law even a day before election. But the best practice should have it sufficiently long enough for people to be able to understand it. Now, I mentioned as I move down to the critical areas, and I'm going to show you some slide to tell you the area where elections have been rigged, where they've been rigging election for a very long time, and how certain provisions have completely exposed that. I will be fighting, and I will ask a question. Why is it that what we have been asking that should be done for a very long time, why is that? No, just hold on. Why is that it's only now that it's being done? But to challenge everybody is the fact that, as I've said, the problem of our country is not about the absence of laws. The challenge and the overwhelming responsibility is about implementation. And what USC clearly is doing is to bring about awareness, understanding of some of these provisions and how they could be used to hold the commission, INEC people like us accountable, hold security accountable, everybody in the value chain of the electoral process accountable. Because the problem has always been the problem we are having, which this remark of the SN have always been the negative activities of what I call extra-constitutional, non-legitimized, and even legitimized actors. There are people who are not holding public office in Nigeria, but they determine so many things. All right? Those are what you call extra-constitutional actors. They give orders. They say things that should be done. Yet they are not elected. They are not holding any public office. We have non-legitimized actors. Who are they? The thugs that are recruited everywhere. Do you know? Like, let me tell you that we have an association of thugs in Nigeria. We have an association of thugs across Nigeria. Just as you have people who are in the business of renting crowd, you have them. You don't know that that's a big business now for campaign. So all you need to do, if you want this place to be free today, they will ask you, is it 80-seater bus? Is it 9-seater bus? If you multiply it, the numbers you want, they will give it to you. And that's why because we are involved, we have been seeing clashes. You go and monitor an event here, the same people you saw here, few hours later, you are seeing them on the other side. That is why, even though we know that there is a low apathy in our elections, don't be deceived. Because some of those people you see, on the basis of which you assume that during the election you are going to see fantastic figures, they are not real. The same set of people, all they do is to sew them uniform. How are we making progress with that? In primaries, Delegates, they sew uniform for them like prisoners. They lock them up in a hotel. In the day of primaries, they guide them straight into the vehicle. They are not supposed to be spoken to. You don't talk to them. You must only meet at the venue. This is regression. Because the ideal of delegate is that even at the venue, the arena, aspirants should be able to also reach out and campaign to them. But that's not happening. We haven't got to a level where candidates and election are not even known before the election. As happened in Bayelsa, as happened in Imo, and one other place where the dispute about who is a candidate was not determined until after the election. We are compared to announced parties. Where are we heading to? And so, the innovations we have put in place, some of which have been captured now, have now taken into account the historical challenges of election service delivery so that we can take the poetry of our election from the refrain of rigging, pains, and frustration. And that is why we need to look at the following provisions. Section 49 of the Repeal Act. You can see it there. This, like the statutes of fraud, which was intended to cure fraud, later became the instrument for fraud. And that's why we call it statutes of fraud. Section 849 says, any person intending to vote with his voter's card shall present himself to a presiding officer at the polling unit in the constituency in which his name is registered with his voter's card. Now, take note. Subsection 2 says, the presiding officer shall, on being satisfied that the name of the person is on the register of voter, issued him a ballot paper, indicate on the register that the person has voted. Please, I want to go back to it. No, that's 2. The presiding officer shall, on being satisfied, please underline satisfied. Underline satisfied. Now, you know what is going on? And what it has caused the nation? How is what does the president require to be satisfied? Is it that he has been bribed? Once he has been given money? How does he determine what is the objective criteria to determine that the person actually standing before him is the true holder of that card? This is the provision that has led to buying of voters' cards. Voters' cards. People were buying PVC, and the companies were broken into to cut away cards. Because all you now need to do, compromise INEC official, presiding officers who are not even permanent staff, give them money. You buy the cards. All of you are aware about we're buying of card, PVC card everywhere, warehousing of cards. So get some people together on that day. The SN will come before me here. All right, I am satisfied. He provide me a kind of, because he said, just I am satisfied, without telling us how do you get satisfied. So he will use the PVC of other people other than the real actual people. This is why they'll be buying PVCs. Now go to section 47, which is the new provision. Now, since 1999, just as since 1999 we'll be saying, let us have Electoral Offenses Commission. Electoral Offenses Commission. Did you get it today? You won't get it. So we are now a country of lamentation. Is the Bible maybe a lamentation in the Bible? Is it written because of us? It's not written because of us. The book of Lamentation is not written because of us. We've got to do something. But the question you ask yourself, if since 1999, from all the act A group of people have pointed this out. The new section now, 47. He said, a person, but before I come there, the little background here is this. We've been pointing out this recipe for election rigging, buying of voters' card, and so on and so forth. Nobody listened to us. All the 2010, 2006, and all of that, they refused. The problem we now have with our judiciary, my colleagues in the bench, is that for every provision, when INEC that is empowered to conduct election, the only body, we are the only regulator of election in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to the exclusion of any other body. Because we spend time, I have been on study in South Korea, and I'm going to tell you a few things about South Korea. Why is South Korea different from North Korea? It has to do with elections. And I will tell you, AG, all these things we are using, I'm not from South Korea. I will tell you how it happened, how they use the electoral process to change the trajectory of their country and move it up there. Now, every suggestion we've been making is to cure a previous mischief. We have a mischief rule. If an election by its nature is sui generis, it will be a class of its own. Why would the court, tribunal, not give effect to provisions that are intended to cure a mischief? It was because of that provision that we introduced card reader. Please go back again to 49 to introduce card reader so that you can understand the transition. Now, we now said, have you identified this provision as the recipe for the rigging and all of that? We now decided that let us introduce a card reader. So what is now the function of the card reader? The function of the card reader, given that we have now compiled for the first time a biometric register for the Federal Republic of Nigeria, with every citizen having his own unique biometric, was that when you appear before the presiding officer to deconstruct so-called satisfy, we now brought an objective criteria. So when you come, first to identify whether the PVC is actually the one produced by INEC. And interestingly, all throughout the period, there was no incidence of PVC produced other than elsewhere. So it will show that it's INEC produced PVC. But the second step is to now find out whether the person before you has a picture. We'll see the picture there. All right? But we also knew that they can say bribe somebody about picture. We say, let's go biometric. Now, all over the world, when you go to the embassy, or maybe until lately, when you are asking for biometric like other places, just your thumb, all right? But because in previous exercise, we find out that Nigerians were using their toe as fingers and everything, we now decided that they are finished exercise of this. We now said, let us capture 10 fingers. We were now subjected. We need to understand why. Because we are asking, why 10 fingers? What is okay? So this time we give you 10 ballon paper first. Then your toes will be another 10. Then they now went to palm kernel. Sharp. They went to that extent to mess up the process. Then we had an application in the corridor because we want all inclusive elections. There are people who do not have fingers. We now have an application. That application will be meant for those who don't have fingers during the process of registration. Behold, it's a committee, nobody has fingers anymore. Because with that, all you need to do is just to register them because they don't have fingers. A whole community, several communities no longer have fingers again. Sabotage of the process. then we now said, okay, we put another security measure that a presiding officer on election day, you have what you call the user code on the feed. We have the admin code. Now, but you'll be taught that at the close of the poll, there's a particular app you will press. It will shut down. Nobody can open it except the office. That is when you will have closed election, so that nobody can take it elsewhere. What happened? On election day, they connect presiding officer. By 8 o'clock in the morning, they press that something and all that. It's closed already. So when you go, they say, corridor is not working. Corridor is not working. That was started hearing, corridor is not working. Look, you see, anybody who goes to the, you know, if I tell you the frustration we go through, you can't believe it. They say, corridor is not working. The whole idea was to ensure that subsection 2 being satisfied. We needed an objective element, criteria to say you are satisfied before you issue a ballot paper and take the register. Are you getting the point? But what happened? When the matter, remember the Dakuku pistol side and all the cases and all of that. Supreme Court now celebrated analog. They use their own language. That corridor is not recognized by the Electoral Act. Despite our argument that, look, it is intended, it's a mischief to cure a mischief. They refuse and all of that. Why should that be? Even when they are doing that, they decided to close their eyes to section, please take note of this section, section 160 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That was brought in by Jonathan under the 4th alteration, to the effect that of all the executive bodies, 14 of them created under section 153 of the Constitution, that of all this body, whereas in the administration, they can be subject to some control by executive and so on and so forth, both at the state level and the federal level, because you have NJC, you have all these bodies, they are all there. He now put a proviso that in the case provided that in the case of the Independent National Electoral Commission, its powers to make rules or otherwise regulate its own procedure shall not be subject to the control and direction even of the most important person in the Federal Republic of Nigeria in the presidential side, the president. Is written there, black and white. It powers to make rules or otherwise regulate its own procedure. Is use of qaida not a procedure? It's a procedure. So when I tell you that I am carrying a placard in my heart for subjecting our people to this by our own colleagues in the bench, I am unhappy with that. Now, this is what they did to defeat it. So now move on to sector. So all those who rig election, they succeeded. And that's why I said corridor is not legal. And you know the funny thing? Section 52 of the previous act that prohibited the use of electronic system was amended 24 hours, less than 48 hours before the 2015 election. It was signed by President Jonathan. We said that election procedure to be used in election shall be determined by the Independent National Electoral Commission, supporting the provision of the Constitution. Even without that electoral provision, the Constitution is supreme. But what happened? In the 2019 election, 2015 election, judges, they refused. You heard that they appear to, I thank National Assembly for what they have done so far and all that. But it appears that in their bid focusing so much about the primary, the consensus, the direct or indirect, there's some kind of a spectacular own goal. You understand? When they were, where they were now excluded and all that, because they've always been statutory delegate. And I will tell you something, where we are looking at some of the provision now. I will get there. Just keep your guard up. So, to deal with this here, so go to section 47. Now, look at what it took the country to now agree with us that in 2022 now, we have now finally agreed that a person intending to vote in an election shall present himself with his voter's card to a presiding officer for accreditation at the polling unit in the constituency in which his name is registered. To vote, the presiding officer shall use a smart card reader. You can see all of this in and this way till we are saying under the regime of card reader or any other technology device. They've only not just agree with us now, but can you calculate what we have lost in terms of integrity, credibility, the kind of quality of people who ought not have been in public office under the old regime? This is where we are now. Now, if you look at the word accreditation, since 1999 until 2022, that word accreditation is not found in the Electoral Act, the Constitution, anywhere, only in INEC regulations and guidelines. That we have the power to make, or under the current section 149, or under the previous section 73, section 153 of the repealed acts, which are subsidiary legislation that has the force of law. But they refuse. In fact, a senior advocate advocated or made a submission that we even engaged. You know the irony, even people we engage, they go to court to make argument against us. That INEC regulation are mere instructions in 2015. That they are mere instructions. I'm going to tell you a more shocking one. But I have to tell you that well, if Nigeria will die, it will die because of lawyers and judges. I'll tell you that. So move on. Now, section 50. Very quickly, that gives us, with section 50, we now have what we call procedural and operational independence. I call it operational independence. It gives us the ability to transmit election results. And let us quickly take on, this is the heart of our conversation, but I'm going to look at other very important ones. Today, section 50, yes, section 50 of the Act, it says that INEC can now transmit results and all that. You can see the full text there. But here's what you need to know. If you are read my interview during the conversation, during the debate, whether there should be transmission or no transmission, I have never seen a country before that would not want to go on a path of ethical progress. I can never see that we debate when we can say this is clearly, it is our unbeatable formula for progress. We are resisting it. And now, the A represents the polling unit. B represents the ward collation center. C represents the local government collation center. D represents the state assemblies, the state assembly collation center. E represents senatorial constituent collation center, right? F represents the governorship, center is usually called the state. Then the president, which is in Abuja, right? With the complement of our power that has already been existent, it is reluctance of our colleagues in the bench to give effect to it. They prefer the argument of politicians. That is where we are. Because you only. Now, right. So what has happened now that Nigerians should celebrate? That you must take this seriously. Because J.F. Kennedy, in January 1960, when he was signing into law, the Freedom of Information Act, he said democracy gets better, gets strengthened when the people get all the information that they need. The polling unit is not the center. We want to end the business of election rigging in Nigeria. Even Britain, that introduced election rigging for a period of 100 years, had no post-election education in England. I think I'm the one that introduced election rigging. In their first election was still going on. They were announcing results already. Is that what they did? So, polling unit with our transmission. At the polling unit, you are going to use what they call the beavers. And for your information, don't get yourself involved in multiple registration. We have migrated from AFIS to ABIS, automatic biometric identification system, finger identification system. That's where we are now. That's why, I don't know, I can get it. I will show you all those who did multiple registration across the Federal Republic of Nigeria on a map. It doesn't take time anymore. In Anambra, before the governorship election, we detected about 70,000. You know, before we do aggregation within ROA. You know, ROA is made up of a cluster of polling units, and a cluster of ROA constitutes a local government, and a cluster of local government constitutes a state, right? Now you do aggregation and all of that was difficult. Now we move to the more expensive, better. So it doesn't take time at all. So when you do multiple registration, what you are doing is that you are wasting the time of INEC and you are wasting scarce resources of our country. It's not necessary. If you have registered before, but you have a problem, you want to transfer, you have a defaced PVC, you have changed your status, you married now, you want to have your current status, marital status shown, or that in the last election, your biometric was a problem, you could not vote, and one other one, you don't need to register again, or you've lost your PVC. Just go to INEC office. Once you measure your name, give your name, if they enter the system, it will be out. So whichever of the services you require, you'll be attended to. Only those who have attained the age of 18. So now the beavers, what we're also now doing is that, you see, when men or birds have learned to fly without pitching, according to Chino Achebe, we have also learned to shoot without missing. So when we now move to beavers, we are now doing what we call biomodal accreditation. Biomodal accreditation. In the unlikely event that all your fingers could not be recognized, what about your face? What about your face? In fact, if not for some, because it's so costly, what about your iris? You know, you go to iris. That was why at the Isoko state constituency election, when we tested some of this thing, a lady came with the mother's permanent voter's card. And the moment we put it in and said, please just go away, just go away, just go away. I was arguing. They pressed the button. The mother face was pulled out from 2011. When she registered, the mother registered in 2011. Very clear. And so, we are using the bimodal system of accreditation. Now, with bimodal system, I will go to the next one. I give you the transmission here. So, no, that's the transmission here. Very important here. Because I've not give you the I just give you a little background to it. So, at the polling unit now, what happened is this. At the end of the poll, having been accredited, the beavers and all that, we now have the IREP. People have argued, oh, they are going to, what do you call it, hack, and so on and so forth. Their idea, those who read my interview, you know, sometimes when the debate is on, as umpire, we stay away from the arena of such conflict. But what we do is to provide technical knowledge to guide those who want to take decisions. and I granted an extensive interview that was read. Quite a number of National Assembly people, they all called, they read it and all of that. In fact, some of them said, "Whoa, it was this that actually gave them all the fear they have. It's no longer so," and so on and so about hacking and so on and so forth. So now, what did I tell them? I said, look, at the polling unit, the presiding officer at the end of the poll, close of the poll, he will sort, he will count, he will enter into the form EC8A. He or she will sign, countersigned by the party agent, in the presence of observers, in the presence of security agency, in the presence of the voter themselves. Look, you must be there. You must be there when this process is ongoing. Thereafter, he or she will enter into what we call the people from EC8A. We call it from 60E. We just call it the peoples from EC8A. That to the extent that at the end of the poll, this is a polling unit, we are done with it. That will represent the entire result is entered into from EC60E. 60E. It will be pasted there. Now, what we now do here is that with the beavers, the original from EC8A is just using, because the beaver is a machine just like this, they will snap it in the original. Once that is snapped, it will be uploaded into the cloud. Into the cloud. But those who have been scared, they were thinking that it's a kind of electronic transmission process from point A to B, so that if between A and B, there could be hacking, or between B and C, they think that that is the kind of thing we are doing. No. You all recall that at the inception of GSM, when you lost your telephone, your handset, the next day you see somebody, "Oh, I lost my phone. That's why I've not been, I lost everything." Is that not so? But today, once you get a new SIM, once activated and you sign into the cloud, everything will be there. So as I speak to you, the result of Ondo State, what do you call it, Anambra, all of them, I can just access them immediately. Because in the case of Ondo, particularly Edo, because it was topsy-turvy, we upgraded the portal to accommodate 2 million people. If you are in New Zealand, you are in Japan, you are an Edo person, we give people access so that you will see the polling unit result in that place. Today, lawyer, you don't need to bother yourself to say, "Oh, they when you come to office, they come and see CTC. There's some character will be trying to hide and so on and so forth." You will now come, SN, you come with that document by yourself. So when you come, he said that will make photocopy for you there, or want to confirm is the same thing, another, that will certify for you, and you go away. Because what we want to do, and I'm sorry to say to my colleague, because some of them have been warning me, "Igini, we didn't send you to INEC to be saying this, you want to end the election petition tribunal in Nigeria. We didn't send you to go there." We keep hearing those type of things. There are more businesses for we lawyers when we have a robust economy, when these are going. We do so many things. Because what we are now saying that some of the noble, the biggest rich people made money for election petition, we are going to end it. We are going to end it. There's no question about that. You can resist. We are going to end it. Because the vote of the people of Nigeria expressed at the polling unit should be same even at the last point of collation. That is what it should be. So what we have done now, to cure the mischief, take note of the mischief that you all know. Before now, at the end of the poll, when the presiding officer is going to the World Collation Center, on the way, he will be accosted. They will either take the result, change it, or give it completely a new result. Or when he gets to point B, they will prevent agents of opposition from entering the World Collation Center. That applies everywhere. But what is unique here is that So issue about hacking, forget it. Assuming without that, even where you are, as some of you can confirm, when you send an SMS, when you say send, if it does not go immediately because there's no reception, you know you can't retrieve it back. Is that not correct? When you get to the next point where there's reception, you will just go. So all those arguments, you see, when somebody wants to tell lies, it will see that witnesses are in heaven. That we cannot, it is a lie. So that is what we have done here. Now, the interesting thing about this is listen to this, is that the work relation officer doesn't have to have conversation with the presiding officer. Because before he gets there, because take note, we are doing a two-way system. This, what you now call electronic, which we call uploading to the portal, and we must have what you call the evidence trade, the hard copy. We must have the hard copy to confirm what we have done. So it's a two-way system. So when the presiding officer gets to the work relation officer, what betide him or her to bring something different from what he himself or herself has seen in the cloud? Because he has a code. We have what we call validation stages. So it's more difficult now. But they will try. They'll be trying. And we know what they are doing. When we get to a certain point, they are still with Nigerian people. We are studying them, the pattern of what we are trying to do, but we have built sufficient firewall against that. And so with this, it is difficult for them to do anything. So what they are trying to do now, let me just warn you up front. They now want to transfer violence to the polling unit now. You know, yes. You know, before now, violence usually at the work collation center, in all the collation, that's where you used to have violence before. Is that not so? They are now trying to bring violence to the polling units. This is where we are. So we are like in a war zone. This is where we are. This is largely because in your last lecture, you talked about democracy without internal democracy. How can you have a blossoming democracy without Democrats? People have imbibed democratic values. So let's make progress. The next provision, and that is 53. No, not 53, 51. Let's go to 51. 51. Yes. The new 51. Overvoting. This is one of the areas you must pay attention to. Political parties, candidates, Nigerian people, media. By next week, we'll be having a section with our colleagues, the media, to have the kind of thing we are doing here with them, strictly with the media. Now, what is overvoting? What is the formula to determine overvoting? The old provision, go to 53. Go to 53. 53, yeah, you are right. Go to 53. So that you can see where we are coming from, where the rain has been beating us. 53. Right. Now, it says overvoting. Where the vote cast at an election in any polling unit exceed the total number of registered voters. Please underline registered voters. Take note of it. In that polling unit, the result of the election for that polling unit shall be declared null and void by the commission. Now, let me give you explanation to this. This has been something similar to the statute of fraud. When we introduce the permanent voters card, which is biometric based, everything about you is contained in your PVC, and it is contactless. You remember, when you get here, it will bring everything, your biodata, everything. And every voter has its own unique VIN number, unique to you. So now, we now decided Because we brought that in. That now that we have the PVC, and it's going to be the first in the country, it doesn't matter anymore the total number of people on the register. Because if our register, despite the effort we have made, and our register remain the best, most comprehensive biometric database of any institution in Nigeria, I stand to be corrected, we say no, that is still bloated. The difference now is that unlike before, where you have Mike Tyson and foreigners and all that, you no longer have Mike Tyson again. But what you now have, you can have 2 a day and all that. Some people going to the neighboring country. Remember that the biometric process, if you are a human being and you are brought from another neighboring, community to another community to populate this area, you will be taking another. But all that now is it on the past with our APs. But I'm telling you what has been the situation. So we now said, you remember the slogan, no PVC, no voting. So which means in fact and indeed that where you have in a polling unit that the total number of people who were accredited to vote, but at the end of the election, you accredited 70. But at the end of the election, they recorded 100, additional 30, or 700, with all those bogus figures you used to hear before. How did that happen? What were they doing? This is what they were doing. If you have 100 registered voters, this is a polling unit. And with the voters apathy that we all know, not only around the world, and only 40 showed up. At the end of election, the expectation should be that it could only be 40 that actually returned back, that actually voted, or less. It can be less, it shouldn't be more. Do we agree on that? It should be less and shouldn't be more. But with a formula to determine about voting based on total number of registered voters, and you have 200 on that registered voters, so all you need to do, hijack materials, carry presiding officers, take them to somewhere, all right, to print additional 70. You are still within the threshold. So there's a threshold for rigging. This one created the threshold for them to rig election. Are you getting the point? So when you go to court, INEC will now argue that, my lord, we have only 70 people collected permanent voters card. So we cannot expect, nowhere in the world where only 70 came, we can assume on the basis of presumption of regularity that the 70 people, they actually came. It can be less, but it can never be more. You know the argument of election riggers accepted by the court? They said, no, the registered voter is, he said, the overvoting can only be based on total number of registered voter. And on the register here, you have 200. It has not exceeded. It has not exceeded. So where do you go? It has not exceeded. That is the argument. Now, let me say this here. That has been the argument. And we said no. But when we started the process, do you know what happened? You know, those who want to organize, they think ahead though. The moment we said no PVC, no voting, and they heard that we are going to base this formula on that, you know what they did? They started breaking into INEC offices across the country. They were now compromising our staff to collect PVC in prosy. Because we said no PVC should be collected in prosy. So that irrespective of the total number of the 100 we have, if it's only 70 people that collected PVC, we can now produce a new register. Don't forget that before election, we will give the register to political parties. So if it's only 70 that collected, we will now have a new register of that 70. So the 130 is immaterial because they don't have a PVC. Because no PVC, no vote. Is that not so? Right. So they broke into our offices across the country. I was now taken to, which restructure do you want to say? You don't know this before. I was deployed to Edo State, having spent 4 years, 11 months, and 5 days in Cross River. So when I got to Edo State, they have broken into offices in too many places and all that. So I called stakeholders meeting. I said, these PVCs you have collected, you are only going to deny. Remember what I told you about how they were has PVC? Remember that and all that? I said, you are only going to deny the people of this state the opportunity to vote on election day. In any case, this is what we have introduced. But who say? Those who are working with it, they said, don't forget him and all that. But at some point, when I made that statement that you can go to Ring Road, we will not arrest you, just go and dump them there. They went and dumped some of the PVC in that very place. And they dumped them. But let's go back to the good news, the happy news here. The good news now is this. Is that go to section 51. 51. Sometimes some of us, I must confess here, we feel tired that we take what some people who are seated will see, but it's taking people who are standing, not saying those things. And we spend so much time. Now look at section 51. The good news now is that we're overvoting, where the number of votes cast at an election in any polling unit exceeds the total number of accredited voters. Why were we running away from these things? These are the provisions that have brought so many people into politics in Nigeria. And they have so empowered themselves, and they're now difficult for us to get them out of the system. They are now like fetish priests. When a fetish priest is investiture, who will rope him? This is where we are. They are so powerful. They are bringing their own kind of people into the system. These are the provisions that they be using to rig election. Why will you? What will be arguing since? That is why this is the first time you are seeing the word accreditation in the whole of the statutes. First time since 1999. And I've said that in my interview on television, print media. Look, it's the case of the Falcon. No longer listen to the Falconer. Now, so today, where the number of votes cast at an election in any polling unit exceed the number of accredited voters, the president officer shall cancel the result of that polling unit. You know one argument? When I say that, if Nigeria will die because of us, we lawyers, I am serious about it. In the court, when this argument came up, the opposition of the court was that, okay, even if it is true, tell me, if it's added to you, you will be the one that won the election. Is that supposed to be an argument? That prove to the court that if added to you, you will win the election. Is that what the law says? Because by the time you cancel those ones and so on and so forth, I will now cumulatively put it together. It will be a different thing altogether. It may not meet the threshold anymore. We may have to go for another election. But the good news is that for those of us who, this is even more relevant for the candidate now. It's relevant for the candidate because it's not within the domain of the ordinary person now. It's very relevant for the candidate and for all those of us who have people who are contesting and all that. They should pay attention to this provision. So move on. Section 65. I go to section 65. Right. Now, go to section 68 first. 68. So that we know where we are coming from. You know, I said we have to start from where the rain has been beating us. All right? Now, it's a bit sunny right now. I can also see from outside. So, when the rain was beating us, this was where we were. And we have argued where they said the decision returning officer on any question arising from or relating to unmarked ballot paper, rejected ballot paper, and declaration of scores of candidate and the return of a candidate shall be final, subject only to tribunal and court petition proceeding. Now, let me pause a moment and say a few things here. Under the Constitution, the Electoral Act, as I mentioned before, INEC is the only body that is saddled with the responsibility constitutionally to the exclusion of any other person, authority, or agencies to conduct election in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. INEC is the regulator of elections in Nigeria. How do you put a provision that says that an ad hoc staff, returning officer, a professor, some of who have now been jailed, that whatever he says is final? In administrative law, when you have an administrative power, which is even ultimately subject to court review, you must first and foremost administratively make that determination. You know the result of this? Politicians now kidnap coalition returning officer, put gun on their head, bring a camera, and they will now declare somebody a winner of election. All of you know all of them. Some of them are in the office today. But my appointment to the commission, we fought for democracy at the time when the journey of Nigeria was less certain. Many of our colleagues died. The providence of God that we are alive today, as young as I was at that time, the clear one test, Nahoro, Yegu, and Arabia was taken to Enugu, was kept in a boot of car to Enugu. Many of my colleagues left this country, but I said, no, I'm going to stay back. Some of them are still laughing that, oh, you say you're going to stay back, you will be a great person in America. You know, I said, no problem. But this country, we must salvage it. I don't want to be a second-class citizen anywhere. And that's why we stayed back. That we must do the right thing. Today, those who did fight for democracy, who are now the beneficiary, are also now the greatest threat to the sustenance of our democracy. Having used provisions like this to find their way into public office in the country. So we have administrative power, we are the regulator, and all that. We should first make our determination, subject to court review. This is what we have always argued. Today, it can now be granted. So go to section 65. Section 65. Are we there? Yes. Now, section 65. It now says, remember section 68, that the decision of respect to unmarked ballot paper and all those we're talking about now, that the provided that there's not a proviso, provided that the commission shall have the power within 7 days to review the declaration and return, where the commission determined that the said declaration and return was not made voluntarily or was made contrary to the provision of the law, regulation, and guidelines. Many people, many returning officers in the various elections have been taken to somewhere unknown places, put gun under them to declare people, some of who are in offices today. But under my watch, it will not happen. And that's why a professor is now in 3-year J term. Because I was clear that there will be sanction for any and all who deviate from ethical standards expected of the umpire, whether permanent or ad hoc staff, some of who have also been dismissed under my jurisdiction for doing same. We have been in the office. We have not surrendered those values, but we have tried to remain true to them, despite the difficulty we are going through. And so, a certain Professor Ogban did the same thing. Tried to return somebody who didn't win the election. What did he do? The figures of the candidates, the total remained the same. Just take one figure and add to the other, which is at variance with the Carida query. You query the Carida, and we find that the figures were invidious. We got him arraigned in court, December 14, 2020. We would have done so because of the pandemic, the 2019 election. And 2 cases, another professor generated results, announced them, made a declaration. I say it can't happen under my watch. Because INEC have developed systems, procedures that are replicable to deliver good election service for our country. The problem, as I said, has only been implementation. We can have differences in terms of who are implementing it in this jurisdiction, the other jurisdiction, but in my jurisdiction, like the Romans, I must keep them the oath of office. And I took. So 2 of them were arraigned in December. The first one is now serving 3 years jail. A professor. These are people of presumed integrity. All right? Second, on the 25th of March last year, the second case, it may interest you to know, is still dragging since 2020. A professor came to the office because we have the EO, Electoral Operations Support System, where we do tracking. I sit in my office and I was tracking the 329 words of the entire 2,980 polling units of the 31 local governments in my office. In fact, the arrangement you have like this, just like this arrangement, we have people with laptops. We're tracking from the central bank and all that. And one highly placed, one of the politicians, was hijacking men and materials. And I caught him and I placed a call to him. What are you doing? You are carrying men and materials. He was looking at another, I know you'll be telling people that I use magic and all of that. There was no magic. I had people like this and we're doing tracking. Every 30 minutes, we produce reports and all of that. And how we track this professor? We got report before you come to me, like what we are doing now. I told you from point A. B doesn't need to talk to you because you will get you will know that exam. So I got information. So in the morning, election was on the night. On the 10th, he came to the office with a report confirming what we already know. And there was no return will be made. Another. On the basis of the report to Abuja, what happened? I got invites, similar like this, because Malawi was to have election, to come and deliver election on credible election in Malawi. That was my first time being there. But we are going to have election first in South Africa. So I was in South Africa first, proceeded from there to Malawi. While I was there, the professor was asked to come to the office. He said he was scared. Why are you scared? He said Igini is going to arrest him. So they say, even the man is not even in town. Why would he arrest you? So when eventually he got there, he confirmed, repeated everything. There was no election. He saved it. He ran through the window and so on and so forth. In his own handwriting, a professor. And I said, this must be a good man. By the time I came back from my trip, tribunal has commenced. Okay, please, can we have this man again? Guess what? The man refused to show up. While we're in the tribunal, to our utmost chagrin, the professor was brought in a tilted vehicle and became a witness against the commission for the person he rigged election for. This time around, he has sworn to now a typewritten affidavit. He has migrated from his handwritten, signed by him, to now a typewritten affidavit. Is it not shocking? He did that. And because you cannot put something on nothing and expect it to stand, they didn't. Up to the Court of Appeal, they failed woefully. I proceeded because I was clear. I went to the auditorium. I spoke to all the professors. I said, look, integrity is very important here. Now, look, anybody who undermines the trust and confidence of public institutions will be brought to book. So don't joke with this engagement. And proceeded against him. A panel was set up in Abuja to appear. The other professor who has been convicted, jailed, who's in prison now, showed up. This other professor wrote a letter to threaten INEC that if we ever invite him again for any kind of debriefing, that will take us to court. A professor said that. Take us to court. We proceeded. That is the one that is the defense. They've been doing all kinds of things, thinking that they will frustrate people like us, forgetting that those of us who have decided to follow the path of due process, we don't bother about traffic. Since 2019, we are still on the matter. Two matters that you could see. How many of the cases you see around being followed? But why will follow you? I will follow you. All right? To the extent now that since 2020, on Thursday, we have to move, the CJ have to reassign the case to another judge, from another judge. The judge that have been assigned to brilliant erudite judge, we're able to bring in 5 witnesses, avalanche of documents, proving and all that. The defense team for 5 months, he doesn't want to open his defense. He's deploying every available legal loopholes, a procedure that are not even availing to him. He could not even cross-examine any of the witnesses and all of that. Then he was called again after he had been given what we call undue fair hearing, because section 36, subsection 4 is very clear, and the criminal trial must be conducted within a reasonable time. How can a defense that has been given 5 months close our case on 27th of January? Up to now, he cannot open his case. When he was asked to open his case, after he had filed no case submission, that he lost and all of that, he said, my Lord, I don't have confidence in you anymore. Because of that, the judge now recused himself. Last Thursday, was it Wednesday? Yes, the court now recused. Since this is a case that has been going on since 2020. This is where we are. But I said, those who decide to follow the due process, we don't bother about traffic. We have already written to the CJ. It must be done. So the point being made here, as you now proceed to section 65 now, as opposed to what do you call it, 68, is that such cases now, like those one in 2011, 2015, 2019, under the current regime, we can now review them. But what we must now be careful, which is what we must do, is that to abuse the power to review, it must not be abused. Discretionary power is susceptible to abuse. But the good thing is that the innovation that we have now, all those procedures, you can now check whether what is done. And that was what we did in Akwa Ibom. Because what I did was to query the carrier. What the carrier was saying was different. Somebody generated 68,300 votes. Maybe I carried that, say the entire accreditation was 9,000. So you can see what we're going through. So move on as we round up the last, just mentioned them in passing. Section 65, Section 77. Don't need to go into that. That's for political parties to submit their register. How do you explain that since 1999, political parties do not really have register of their members? Don't have good register of their members. That was the issue about direct, indirect, and all of that. It's a disaster. Republican Party was formed in 1828, 193 years. Republican was formed in 1854, 167 years. Today, if you go to that country, just like those of us when we went to school, your matriculation number remains your matriculation number. Unique to you, forever. Not give it to anybody. If you go to those countries, those who first register in the Republican Party or Democratic Party, their number as number 1, number 2, they are there. But in Nigeria, some people would have been in the party for a very long time. So they say, come and revalidate your membership. They would register everybody. You can see the kind of thing. So now they are required to provide that. I mentioned to you that there's something I want to mention with respect to Section 84, Section 8 about spectacular own goal. I have a concern here. And I think that National Assembly haven't done so well with respect to the 2022 Electoral Act. And have you also found out that there was an oversight with respect to themselves, who at all times have always been statutory delegates. They have not done anything wrong because they've always been statutory delegate as continuing in their constitution, party constitution. So it was an omission that they excluded themselves by virtue of that provision. In the same vein, we want to take it that is also an omission. And we are calling, I'm saying it for the first time publicly here, that even though there are other provisions that people can argue, the situation we find ourselves now is that when there are 2 provisions or more saying a different thing about the same subject, you are creating a room for those who will rig election to argue differently. And our colleagues in the bench will also decide differently. Now, what do you make of Section 149? Go to 149 as a roundup. Section 149. Okay, if it's not there. Okay, we have 135. Okay, let me give you one. Okay, right. The commission subject to the provision of this act issue regulation guideline manual for the purpose of giving effect to the provision of this act and for its administration, right? I told you that until 2022, the word accreditation cannot be found anywhere in the statute book. Those are INEC, PVC, all these, those are INEC creation because we have power given to us under the 10th schedule paragraph 15 to organize, to undertake, and supervise elections. Very broad team. We could do all of that. To now suggest under Section 135, now go to Section 135. Similar to what happened before. This is a replication of Section 138 of the 2010 Electoral Act. It says, listen to this very well. An election shall not be liable to be invalidated by reasons of non-compliance with the provision of this act. Stop there. What happened to INEC regulations? Guidelines that are meant to give effect to the whole thing have been excluded. So it's only this one. The same thing you have under Section 1, which this SN can confirm. So in the tribunal, That was what the senior lawyer argued in 2015. That it's only the act, INEC guideline manual, they are mere instructions, can be disobeyed. How do you exclude half this year? If it appears to the election tribunal, discretionary power again, occurred that the election was conducted substantially, that will be the problem. What is substantial? Substantial, how do you tell substantially? Yes. Yeah, okay, this is substantial enough. If what we have done is substantial enough. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are few provisions that are very important that we need to deal with. Perhaps in another forum, we can speak about who should the burden of proof lie in election petition tribunal. I have written on that in an article that we publish very soon. But the point here is that to have this is a recipe for another problem. Because what is saying clearly here that not complying with our instruction, INEC regulation and all that is not a grant to invalidate election. That's what they told you here now. Meanwhile, everything you have in our regulation and guideline and manual, they are not contained in the act. Why should we have this kind of provision? So I want to say that perhaps it's an omission. In fact, I thought there was an argument about it. We want to call the National Assembly to do so. So I round up by saying that when it comes to determination of election petition tribunal, we should go back to the 1979 process, where people are election dispute as determined before people are sworn in, to avoid using public money to fight matters of election tribunal. Today you heard about billions. What are we determining in this law that we are spending billions in this tribunal? Look at the time that we are spending. 180 days, that's 6 months. 6 months. In Mexico, 14 days. In Kenya, within 30 days. Even in Nigeria, in 1979, 1978, 1979, 1978, and 1983, election petition tribunal were determined before people were sworn in. We need to go back to that as well also on the issue about this is for the judges. I'm looking forward to have an engagement with them. The burden of proof, on whom should they lie? In my view, a body that conducted the election should be the first to stand up when your integrity of your process is called to question. You should first be the first to discharge that burden, even though it's going to shift. Because Section 131 of the Evidence Act, it says, whoever asserts the existence of facts must prove that those facts exist. That is what I've been relied on. Unfortunately, I don't have it on the slide. But listen to what I'm going to say here. Listen to this carefully. Whoever asserts the existence of fact, you can write down in your note there, existence of fact. It didn't say non-existence of fact. Existence of fact. So, if Mr. Phillips is saying that in a particular ROA, there was no election, Thompson is saying that there was election. Please, UAC members, between those two people, who has made a positive assertion and who has made a negative assertion? Is it the person who says there was election? Is that not a positive assertion? The person who says no, there was no election, is that not a negative assertion? So, whoever asserts the existence of fact that the election existed, he should be the one, and not the person who said there was none. But the reverse now is the case here. The person who said there was no election is the one being asked This is wrong. If you go further, the Evidence Act, subsection 2 of 136, it says, in considering the amount of evidence necessary to shift the burden of proof, rigor shall be had to the opportunity of knowledge with respect to the fact to be proved, which may be possessed by parties. Who planned for the election? INEC. Who printed material? INEC. Who recruited adult staff? INEC. Who trained them? INEC. Who are those who make return? INEC. Who are those in custody of the material? INEC. These activities not within the knowledge of the umpire. We want electoral accountability. And that is why we have innovated so much. We want to take responsibility for what we have done. First, because logically, commonsensically, if the party who carries out the activities, the two SAN, they were just mere participants. Mr. Felix and Mr. Thompson, they are just mere contestant candidate in an election. We have returned Mr. Felix. Mr. Thompson is now the petitioner. Usually, who is the first respondent? They will make Mr. Felix the first respondent to defend the return. I am saying no. The first respondent should be the commission who conducted the election before the person who merely participated. Because relevant documents from EC8A, result accounting book, all of those ones, candidate in the election, whether responded, they don't know those things. They are within the knowledge of the umpire. So why is that election is sui generis? Why is our interpretation not in the direction of promoting electoral accountability in our country? To promote openness, transparency. But rather, we want to kill a petitioner in our country. Even though I'm of the view that we must end a business of petition, it doesn't mean that anybody who will have a good case should not be heard. The final point on this is that Section 140 of the Evidence Act, very clear, that when any fact is especially within the knowledge of any person, the body of proving that fact is upon that person, especially within the knowledge. Do you know that there's no document, any document you see in INEC that is not coded, it's just an ordinary paper. All INEC documents are coded operationally. Or any paper you see in INEC that is relevant for election that is not coded is not relevant. Those code, we know them. These are special facts within our knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry I've taken so much of your time because of the nature of where we are. So I close by once again thanking the OAC for this opportunity to interact, because one of our key strategic objectives, beyond providing electoral operations and infrastructure to support regular election, is to interact nationally, internationally, with all stakeholders in order to have a democracy, a society that we all should create, be part of, and give to ourselves. And not only to ourselves, but future generations whose faces we are yet to see, many of whose name we may never know, all of whom should say of us, whether we are alive when we have gone, that in our own time, we left behind for them nothing but a heritage of hope. Thank you.
Thank you for recognizing the value of the delivery and the quality of the presentation. Without prompting, I'm sure that Thank you very much. Now, for those that are interested in answering questions online, you can indicate, they will let me know. For here, you have to be as brief as possible. Please, just your name and go straight to the point you want to make so that our lead speaker will deal. But in between, I will continue to interject with some of the issues I also want to draw our attention. Probably we'll comment along the line on them. He mentioned the issue of thuggery the last time, and to the extent that we have associations all over the place. But I know that in the new act, for those who have it with you, this part of the challenge we are going to be having as a group, and I'm sure so many other CSOs are online, that we have to work extensively on. If you look at section 128B, it seems to capture it essentially, and also makes it an offense to threaten anybody when it comes to voting and all those stuffs. And the penalty is said to be 1 million naira or 3 years imprisonment. My quarrel with most of the offenses that I found in the Electoral Act is that they ought to be without option of fine. I wonder why they are putting fine, option of fine in all of them, because what they are doing to us is threatening our survivor. If you like, left to me alone, we will arrange them for murder. Because as far as I'm concerned, a lot of people die because of misgovernance. It's a very serious act. Anything that impugns the electoral process must be taken seriously. It's like trying to kill somebody. So that is my view, but I just want to draw our attention so that we know, because we are all going to go out, particularly members of UAC, in spreading this gospel, letting people know what are the implications and so on and so forth in this regard, and what to be done, what not to be done, and so on and so forth. And we have one that is even of interest to me, section 120, subsection 3. It says that any polling agent, political party or party agent who conspires to make false declaration of result of an election commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a maximum of 500, which is 2 per 3, or imprisonment for a term of 12 months or both. So, Lucky, you might want to tell your people that all the political party agents do, once it's proven that the election, the result is altered, they could be arrested and tried and jailed. Equally in that regard. Equally, if you look at subsection 4 of it, it says any person who announces or publishes an election result, knowing same to be false, or which is at variance with signed certificate of return, commits an offense and is liable on conviction to imprisonment for 36 months. This one is good. This one has no option of fine. So I stop there for now and take question or intervention. Yes. I'll take 2 here, 1 online. Doctor, any other mic?
I thank the guest speaker for very brilliant presentation. So enjoyable. But in discussing the politicians and the political parties, there seems to be the central problem, the fundamental problem, the focal problem that we have. That is the politicians, the political party system. What can we do? Because all the attempts to introduce interventions that will make our elections very credible and accountable is because of the acts and actions of the politician. What is it that the politician wants that they can do anything to make sure that they win election? What exactly is the root cause? If we can address the fundamentals to discourage them primarily, it will relieve us a lot of these thinking process they are going to solve their problem. I think we should look at that.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Now, my question is closely related to the first one. It's about the issue of internal democracy. What we're talking about party membership. Is it because we know now that INEC has gone through the making most of its processes fully automated? Is there a way we can help political parties, however we're going to go through, we're going to make it happen, help to ensure that political party members' registration is done on the PVC? How, I don't know. So that you say you don't have a register, we will help you with your register. Your members' registration, membership, I mean, the political party you belong to can be registered on the PVC, where when you want to conduct your primaries, we can use our own, voters card and PVC and everything to help you conduct your primary. So we should help them to register their members. How is that possible? Thank you. And then the second one is quickly on the issue of multiple registration. Why is it not prosecuted? I think it's an issue that we should explore so that we don't continue to waste government fund where people now do multiple registration. We are wasting billions of naira. Prosecute them so that people will be dissuaded from doing that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Comrade Sunday Fayoshi. The speaker spoke on the fact that INEC recruits the ad hoc staff. But on the field, we discover it is actually politicians that recruits them for them. So if a system is flawed fundamentally, it will continue to generate expected results by the politicians. So how do you ensure that the recruitment of staff that will perform to give credible results is done in such a way that it is not going to be handled by those who already had prepared mind that you are going there as our members to play our ball. In other words, political parties' ball at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity, Mr. Convener. I congratulate our speaker for the very beautiful intervention he has made. Let me quickly say before I ask my few questions that we know that Nigeria is in a big problem. There are people who have always advocated for system change, and I happen to be one of them. The truth is that if we do not change the current system of Nigeria, we cannot go anywhere. You elect 100 Buhari or whoever you bring, nothing will happen. However, those who are asking for system change are divided into two. There are those of us who believe that we can keep at it. We can keep changing one system at a time, deal with the electoral system, deal with this, deal with that, deal with corruption till we get to where we are going. And there are those who think that a revolution, and when I say revolution, I mean a revolution in terms of perhaps what we saw during EndSARS. So I am one of those who believe that that may not be the best way to go. And that what Comrade Mike Igini has said to us here, and this is history of over 20 years of electoral reforms that you are seeing. The journey has been slow, but I think we are moving closer, and I pray that we do get there. So once again, I thank Comrade Mike Igini for helping us with this. Now, my first question is, how do we address the problem of compromised officials deciding, deactivating card reader before the process starts? So my suggestion, my suggestion, please, I need to be protected. The senior advocate is harassing me. Is it possible that the card reader is programmed such that you cannot deactivate till maybe a certain number of hours? It will solve the problem 100%. But at least it will ensure that you can't stop the card reader from working from 9 a.m. You know, so that is one. Number two, electronic transmission, and this is very important. I am also an advocate that INEC should be allowed to determine how results will be transmitted. I've been an election observer throughout most of, except for 1999, I think I've observed all other elections. It is not every part of this country that you can do electronic transfer. When I say, and I'm happy for the education we have gotten, and that we are actually loading to the cloud. But notwithstanding, even in the Oshun run, I went to a community, Alutiering, for where 3-4 hours were incommunicado. If anything happened there, that's the end. And that's Oshun. And they are part of Nigeria where you equally have this kind of situation. So I want the last one, because I had 5, but the senior advocate beside me has been harassing me. So I will take the last one. It's about the section 77 that he mentioned about parties submitting their voters register. So I was just going to ask that members register. And we know that people are free to move from their political parties. And I think that's addressed part of what Lekki suggested. So if I don't want to be in APC tomorrow, I can be in SDP. Okay. We'll be printing voters card every week.
I'll come back to you. Let me take 2 people from the virtual. Yesri Adeyemi, please come on. Unmute him. Is he on?
Okay, good morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, go ahead.
Thanks, thank you for this opportunity. My concern is on the complexity of voting once you leave a particular state. I remember when I left Oshun about 5 years ago to the Northeast, I was told to transfer my card. I did my card transfer, but as I could not vote eventually. As at this year, they told me that my card was still at Oshun. And as at now, the card cannot transfer because Oshun is having an election and they blocked transfer of card. So I was now told that I should register newly. And I said no, that would be multiple and it's an offense. But as it were now, I practically cannot vote because of the system that has not allowed somebody to transfer card easily. And when I told people have to register multiply because of this particular reason.
Lanre, on virtual, Lanre.
Thank you very much, convener, and also thank you very much, Comrade Mike Igini. I think we need just a whole lot of this kind of gathering and also education. I hope INEC had started this earlier. So my position first is that INEC would really need to also engage people like yourself to have constant interaction with civil society and other public interest holders like this when laws are made. It's not always in the best interest of the country that organizations and bodies like INEC will pretend to be aloof while laws are made, whereas you have more of the practical experiences than the politicians who are always, as you have also rightly pointed out, more interested in furthering their nest and ensuring that elections favor or outcome of election favors their interest. So we need to find a way of non-politicians engaging with the lawmaking process to ensure that we have the best of laws that will guide our electoral process. And we can't get away with all other anomalies in the system, corruption, abuses, and all the rest of that if we don't get our electoral process correct. That is number one. Number two, I also agree with the issue of voters registration. Politicians actually still in connivance with INEC officials. So this you need to take back to your organization as INEC. You know, voters card, the PVC, are not distributed sometimes deliberately to the register or to the citizens. They keep them until election period. They circulate them among their political thugs and also political members to use for voting during the election. I am a victim of that. I registered in Alimosho. Up till now, I didn't get to see my voters, permanent voters card. I have also, the last part for me is I have also updated on your website. I have submitted the request. For over 4 months now, what I've just had on that website is that it has been submitted and approved. where do I pick my PVC? That has not been communicated to me. So if we want to have people's participation, INEC will have to do more and also ensure that some of your staff that are found to have violated, either conspire with politicians, get bribed, or sabotage the process, are ensured not only by EFCC and all of that, but also by INEC to ensure that they are adequately punished and sanctioned for their infractions. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Now we have several other people that we online that have sent messages. We have people from the Edo State Civil Society. We have people from Nasarawa. We have people from Anambra, from Abuja, several organizations here, some with comments, people from Oshun are online. All of them we acknowledge. People from the broadcast media organizations, Social Voice Voter Education Street from Port Harcourt. We acknowledge you. ESKID Child and Community Initiative, Feed Agent, JPDC. For those who need the slides of the presentation, they can look into the website of UAC. You can get that easily. In fact, it's been answered that you can visit the website to get that one. Then some also want the recording. You can see the recording, you call it there easily. You can visit it later. We have members of RUSID from Oyo State also online. I think there are so many other people that are online and organizations from different parts, from JOS. We have people from JOS online there, and we have some comment also, Liberty Derivative Culture Initiative. And I'm trying to get the comment so that the lead discussion can take it along. There's one suggestion here. Let's start by having the lead presenter as INEC chairman. The man is so informed. The man is too much. UAC is commended for his wonderful work. With people like you, we get there. These are some of the comments on your on you from several fora. We have then there is a suggestion that I suggest that INEC add another section in their law concerning obtaining your PVC anywhere you reside in Nigeria, apart from presidential voting, for Nigeria to vote for their governors, House of Rep, local government, state where they reside and obtain it. But create a site where Nigerian citizens who have obtained his or PVC in Kano and he or she is from Ogun and wishes to vote in Ogun State gubernatorial, there should be a time to change his or her polling unit from Kano to an area in Ogun and automatically obtain it for him or her to be able to vote in the state in order where he or she comes from. And I think that none of the person is just saying that because of all these challenges. So, Mr. Lead Presenter, you can comfort and respond to those ones so that. No, why? Please come. We'll come back to you in the next round. I'm sure by the time he finishes, some people will not even have questions again. By the time he finishes,
Thank you very much. Senior advocate, you know very well that we have been in the train. We have been in the trenches. No, we are not the cause of the problem. Yeah, no, we have shared values. We have shared values and principles. Once again, thank every one of you for some of the comments and area of intervention and suggestions as well as questions. On problems of politicians and the rule of law, how do we tame them? I have said that I am not aware, I don't know of any country in the world where we have to beg people to do the right thing. And I've told you that they are the greatest problem that we have. They are the greatest beneficiary. The challenge we're having is that we're in a country where we have no sense of shame anymore. A society that had no role model will not endure for long. We had a conversation 2 days ago, and I asked a friend of mine, and I said, I can see that you like all these characters around. Please, in all honesty, of all these politicians, some of them you see, we have very good people who are, fantastic and all. But could you mention anyone that you want to be a role model to your child? He could not mention one. He could not mention one. And so, this is where we are. You see, without the rule of law and its observance, election becomes a competition, becomes a crude contest in the deployment of force. Some of the issues you have raised, who will enforce them? Who will enforce them? For example, Section 100 of the previous Electoral Act, you can find in because of the new arrangement, we are still trying to familiarize ourselves and all of that. It says that state apparatus, television stations, stadia, center, civic center everywhere across the state, the country, in all states, and Abuja, they belong to the state. And that all candidates in election must be given access to them. All must be given access to their use during campaigns. And that with respect to electronic media, they should be given equal airtime parity. The question now is, who is to enforce it? Nobody tells you to enforce it. They cry to us. When you look at the law, who is to enforce it? Nobody to enforce it. I think the most terrible thing that has happened is that, we have set of people who have no sense of shame, no principle, no character. They don't stand in life. You should stand for one thing. You should stand for one thing and be known for one thing. That is what life should be. See, what we see now, I don't want to call them, they are mere facades, for the thing they claim that they do. So we have a problem with that, how to tame them. All right? But I think that the innovations of INEC, because everything rises and falls with leadership. And that's why the leadership recruitment process is very key to the survival of Nigeria. What the National Assembly, all of us have done, Nigerians, in the final analysis, we all work together, despite the disagreement and all that, in arriving at the new law that we have now. The challenge now is implementation. So I just mentioned that of the use of campaign. You are going to see now, immediately they are through with the primary. In fact, from the primary, the fight has not started. So what I've told somebody, I said, look, to maintain your sanity, know that there are two things you must know. They are what we call matters of influence and matters of concern. Matters of influence are those that you can change. But those that you cannot change, consider them matters of influence. If it is bottle of water, because as from next week, you are going to see how topsy-turvy everything will be. If it's water you drink, or you drink red wine, anyone, just have one by your side. Be washing them. Then possibly you can get a toothpick, and be picking you understand? Just do that and maintain your sanity. Internal party democracy. I wrote an article in 2011. You remember that I signed, they were supposed to do primaries in Cross River. They didn't. And I signed that the government, nobody will participate in this election. And I signed it. They thought that heaven will fall. But you see, the Holy Book told us that, look, when you do the right thing, heaven will not fall. In fact, they'll be rejoicing in heaven. So, because how do you say that you went to some private homes, you wrote resort, and you want me to sign it? I said, it will never happen. And I signed it. When I signed it, that was in 2011, before the 2011 election in Cross River State. They thought that they would do anything they want. So when the president then, the Jonathan came to Cross River for the campaign, the party involved, one after the other, they said, Igini is wearing a number 12 JC. He wants opposition to take over here. He did, and so on and so forth. From the highest level, they call. But Jonathan stood there and ignored all that was said about me. Then in the evening, when he was in Oshun, because they were doing campaign, late Otto Douglas called me and said, the president wants to speak to me. President want to speak to me? I said, yes. So the man called and said, I never appointed you. I appointed on the basis of your civil society background. I never appointed to do anything in favor of my party. Do what you need to do, irrespective of whether they are needed as delegate in convention. Do the right thing. That was what he told me. He was not sure. That's why, sometimes when sentencing happen, you remember the time, you remember the location, and all of that. So that is how it should be. All right? So we did that. And if other people also join us, that'll be fine. So movement from one party to another, there's principle of free entry and free exit by Michael Porter. Political parties are supposed to be for free entry and free exit. But what is important is that it must be driven by principle. Value should be known for something. So that's what I think needs to happen. Now, why no persecution of multiple registrants? I just told you here that in 2019, the only state where you see here about people following somebody now is in my state. Am I getting the kind of cooperation from the system? In fact, I must give kudos to Akwa Ibom State Judiciary. The judges there. But something happened. That judge, Professor Orban, who was convicted and sentenced to 3 years in prison, he was in a correctional center. His lawyer, a senior advocate, who was on this side that the election was rigged and represented his client and made his money. Now that the guy has been convicted, he has moved to the other side. Went to another high court, not court of appeal. You see, once you have been convicted, presumption of innocence is gone. He went to another court, high court. He was now granted bail. And when we objected, that you even made the condition, once you have been convicted, you have been sentenced, you have lost all presumption of innocence. For you to be granted a bail pending appeal, it must be on exceptional circumstance. That had to be established. All authority provided. But what happened? The High Court judge went on a voyage of speculation that he feels that the Court of Appeal, in that Court of Appeal will delay the bail hearing the matter. Therefore, he's granting him, releasing him from prison. So, I mean, when things like that happen, how do you get encouraged? But as I told you, because I have no other country than this country, whatever it takes for the time we are going to be around to do what we can, we'll try our best. We'll try our best. My father died at 95 years. All the things he said that he was frustrated about, he now said, okay, in our time, maybe this will be better and all of that, he's gone. Here I am, heading to 60. How market? That's what some of them, my friends, are. How market, Mike? You see, they Nigeria. How market? So, but I know that the speed with which Nigeria will take off, if we get the leadership question right, it will be like the speed of a rocket. Because we have what it takes to get there. Look at Nigerians all over the world. Look at what they are doing across the world. Nigeria person, the first this, the first that. Look at Biden administration. Look at Nigerians. I think one of our guys here from Southwest is the one who managed the economy there. Go and check the roll call. About 13 Nigerians or 12 of them in the administration. So I know what we can do. We all know what we can do. But everything rises and falls with leadership. If you want to check how good a company is doing, well, look at the what we have to do is a recruitment process. So everything we have that have been put in place is to help in that direction. Then he says something very important. I can confirm part of it. How politicians try to recruit ad hoc staff for the commission. He's right. Some guy who has been praising me that he's been my fan, he has been in the Senate or somewhere before, House of Reps, a House member or something, or he calls him honorable or something like in Akwa Ibom before the 2019 election. See, when I engage with people here, it's not theoretical. There's a book I'm writing, The Theory and Practice of Election. The theory is different, the practice is a different thing. Are you getting the point? I'm here to be true with the book. This same man who have been praising, commending me, he was to contest election. He now tried to go and recruit. He already recruited his own ad hoc staff. And now I want to give to INEC, a staff under me. You are gone, you'll be fired. So when they declined, he had the audacity to call me. Now that's what they used to do there. In Akwa Ibom, they don't do election, they write result. They don't do election, they write result. And I told them that all things have passed away. They didn't listen to me. They treated me like Noah in the Bible. When Noah told the children of God that there will be a great flood, they didn't take him seriously. And that's why some of them suffer, had what they call the dinosaur experience. He called me. I said, yes, how are you? So, honorable. I want to report to you. I've got the list of my docs app, and I want to give to you. They refuse. It's like they have collected money from the other side. I said, repeat it again. The list of your what? Mother. He said, that's how they do it. I said, really? I said, you are in trouble. Since 2019, the man has not called me again. Because it's not going to happen. It may happen in other places, not under my jurisdiction. So that is very key. It's a message. What you say is correct. I'm confirming that's what I talk about. Theory and practice. Theoretically, in theory, it's not supposed to happen. But in practice, people try to do it. But the innovations we are putting in place, if fully implemented, fully, fairly, and impartially, it's going to be a new thing. Some of the political Egyptians you see now, you may see them no more. So, question number 5, challenge of system, the challenge of the system and leadership recruitment. Of course, the process. This is what we are doing. The compromise of other staff, which we have talked about. I've said that. Now, please take note. We have moved away from corridor. We are now using beavers. That sabotage thing that was respect to, if you look at the way our approach today was to tell us where we were before and where we are today. Now, today, we're in the regime of beavers. In the case of beavers, why is it different from corridor? The beaver will bring out everything live about you. We bring everything. We pull out, to come out of the system about you. And that's why it is different. So all those issues about sabotage, no. So far, all the places we have done that. We are going to go to a Kitty and on Oshun. So we are still in that process, also fine-tuning anything we see and all of that, So because every civilization has a primitive past. We are in our era of what we call American, in the US, when they had this problem. Democracy, as I told you, is a war with strong emotional resonance. Everybody, because it's a generally approved norms and values. Everybody wants to appropriate it. And that's why sometimes they also deceive people. All right? So, Alfred Smith, the fourth governor of New York, fourth governor of New York, we have this challenge. Look, New Yorkers, Americans, don't worry. The ill of democracy will be cured by more democracy. So you can see how we are moving gradually. We will get there. It's just a matter of time. Transmission of result. You talk about. I said what we're doing with you, basically uploading. So far, have you had any issue with respect to the result? No. You can also see that people are no longer challenging INEC process. It is, oh, you didn't have certificate. Just as they are challenging now. Go and check each of those things now. It's now certificate now. We are not transmitting certificates. We don't deal with those. Those are the things they are dealing with right now. Because the process is improving. It's becoming more transparent. People are going to want people to take ownership. Take ownership of the process. Those who are called upon to modify the process should not be more important than those who will cast the ballot. Those who count the ballot must not be important than those who cast the ballot. They are the people who must determine what should happen. Then the complexity of, which of all the transfer, complexity or problem of transfer, we have no problem at all. So far, so good in all the elections. The only problem I know we still have is election day arrival of men and materials. And let me just give you a little insight to that. Do you think that in a system where you have some of us, that for 4 years we will not prepare for such a thing? It's not possible. It's not possible. But the question is, you want to ask, why is it reoccurring? Is that also? Let me give you an insight. Again, we are back to politicians. You know what they do? In the riverine areas, they will pay for all the flying boats. They will buy them over. They will pay for all of them. Shatter all. So how will I not carry materials? So you are compared. That was that era, which of course we refuse to be part of. You know, time there was. When the election was like organized crime, supervised by the state. And when evil returns are made and people who are the same church or mosque, they are going to say, I know that the imam or the pastor will be saying that God give power to whoever he pleases. Maybe two parishioners are in court, and you say God give power to whoever he pleases. And I ask, is there a divine right of election rigging in Nigeria? Not at all. To tell you how the religious institutions have also collapsed. And so they will shatter everything. So when you take the unknown to you, when you're on the high sea, what would our high staff do? That was pre-2011 when we came on board. So, you know, in our area, those of us who we say, look, it's always better to be friendly with the crocodile before the boat will capsize. So, exactly, I mean, he would have been friendly with you. So what did we do? And they had to be buying flying boats, speed boats. For election that we do for just one for every 4 years, you buy a speed boat. What happened to those speed boats after election? We waste resources in the country. Election is not built on trust. Trust is off the roof. Now vehicles, because that is a problem. And I can't give a guarantee. But if all of us agree that election is a moment that will show our commitment to our country, that we're interested in building our country, nobody should sabotage the process. We decided to embrace the NURTW and others. Okay, since they have control over them and others, we also know that some of them, they are in politics. They are in politics. You understand? And that is the principle of be friendly with the crocodile before the boat will capsize. We try to apply that. But what did we find? We still have the issue. At the end of the day, drivers, you know what they do? We now say, let's have agreements. In the agreement, so that we can have it on time, provide 20 vehicles. They will say, pay, you know, you have what you call the election day logistics and reverse logistic. You take people there and return people back. Election is not completed until there's reverse logistics. Men and material must be returned back to the work relation center, from there to the, in that order. Because this is a problem that has been very embarrassing. Late arrival of men and materials on election day. So we decided that, okay, we'll pay 50% upfront. At least there's a commitment now. But behold, on election day, you know, that is the day where no movement of a vehicle. You know that ordinarily, because you are supposed to stay at home, your vehicle is supposed to be idle. They will jack up the price. We will have to pay 50%. After paying 50%, today is Friday, you're supposed to bring the vehicle. You have requested for 20. They will provide 12. They will provide 12. They will give you excuse, oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. At that point, we have a problem. Or when you are, they have also provided, let's say, the 20. On the next day, once they make the first trip, because they are supposed to go back and from carrying all of that. You know what they do? They said, no, they have changed it to that it's going to be per trip. No, first, before you get there. Give them full money. We have to pay them full money. In the money of election, rerun, immediately drop the first batch of people. They said it's going to be per trip. That we have to pay them again. They hold you to ransom. Numbers of vehicles were not brought. It will be frustrating. Who will you call? That's one dimension. Another dimension, a politician that knows that he will not win election, he will be the one that will compromise them. On that day, they will give them money twice of what we have offered, so that they can ensure that materials are not taken to a particular area. We are confronted with this and all that. But in Ghana, other part of the world, a day before election, we've had it before, and I will tell you, a presiding officer, you go home with your ballot paper. Long time you go home. And on the election day, you come back with it. That's what happened in Ghana. But in Nigeria, a politician that will say that I am a grand. If you left him in a room with a ballot paper, he will help himself. You know, before now, we used to use primary school teachers. In Ghana, I met a lady who said since 1980, she's been an electoral officer. It's a head mistress. So if today we have 774 local government in Nigeria, where you have primary school teachers and so on and so forth. First, the problem of election logistics as it used to be before will be over, because the principal and all the teachers who will act at this thing there, they will collect all their materials. So in the morning, we don't need to pay money again for maintenance of rack center, buying this and all that, security. No! What we are paying for in Nigeria is cost of impunity, lawlessness. That's what it costs in Nigeria. This is a problem. So in the morning, which one will go to the polling unit? In Zimbabwe, after 38 years, I was invited to be part of the exercise then. When you go to the polling unit by 6 a.m., the poll officials are there. Because a week to that election, on the week of that election, all the poll officials are in that particular polling unit. So by 6 a.m., you go there. Election smart. We are done with it. So it's a problem that we need to deal with. And it's also a leadership problem. Through this electoral, we also have to get the kind of people that will come. A message. I will also speak to you later with respect to the delays you've said, and anybody here, you can send those messages and all that. At least the opportunity of this interaction, I can take those who have those PVC issues and all of that. All right, and I take them on board, and you will get all of that sorted out. All right. Surya says something very important. And that's the closing part of this question. First, we are in the last quarter of CVR. You know, typical of we Nigerians, we always wait for the last day. Right now, because we are going to end on the 30th of June. No going back. We've been on this for long. 30th of June is over because we need to prepare the register. We have about, don't count, we have about 8 months to the election. January, February, don't even count that and all that. So we are going to give the register to parties. So on the 30th of June, CVR is over to prepare the country. The register to be given out. So now take that opportunity to get yourself registered, those who have attained the age of 18, and those who have these issues about transfer and all of that, it will be sorted out because the PVC for the first, second, and third quarter have been produced and have been sent to different states. We understand the situation in Osho because of the intervention of this election and Ekiti, but all that will be sorted out before the election. But very important, at the opening remarks of the senior advocate, he talked about catching them young. If democracy is the system we are going to involve in this country, why can't we learn? Nigeria cannot, from other countries, Nigeria cannot be in autarky of best practice. In South Korea, they have similar history. I don't want to go to the history, but let me just go to the myth. We were sent on a study by the Jagat leadership to South Korea. We got to South Korea to find out that why that we have similar history, military rule, civil war, and today this is where South Korea is compared to the other side, you call North Korea. Almost all the things you have here, it's not from South Korea. What happened? They told us how they changed the trajectory of their country. That after the military departed, that those who took over were the military apologists. They had money. And so when the military was leaving, took over the reign of democracy, just like Nigeria. And that what happened? They started rigging election. All this we are talking about, they were doing them in South Korea. But it got to a point when the people rose up, the jury won terrible election. And they set ablaze all the offices of the EMB in South Korea. Never again will people who have so much in their pocket but have nothing upstairs to be a leader in their country. That those who were with military had nothing upstairs but have so much money to cover the system. That the only way to do that, but not to ban, they made a law. And I told you that the rule of law is everything. Go and read Asemoglu and Robinson. Go and read the work of Levinsky and Zipler. Giovanni Sartori, go and read that. They made the law. What did the law say? for you to contest for any office, from councillorship to the highest office in South Korea, you must go for compulsory debate by law. And so compulsory debates. If you want to be a councillor, people with so much pocket, nothing. Once you have money, you are a leader. Money is equated to leadership in Nigeria. It's a tragedy. So in South Korea, because of the compulsory debate, political parties were compelled to go to Oxford. They went to Harvard. They went around the world to look for their best, just like many Nigerians who are everywhere now. Because for your party, the fortune of your party will be determined by the ability of your candidate to debate on those issues. And that was why at the MBA conference, MBA week, the Lagos branch, I told them that, I have some judges there, that 2023 in Nigeria should not be about, I will do this, I will do that, I will do that. That no. Promises is as old as politics is, sir. That in 2023, what Nigerians will demand, the questions are as follows. Who can answer the question of how you will do it and by means that you will achieve it? Those are the two, only just two. Who can answer the question of how and by what means? How and by what means? And I break it down. I give an example. Mitt Romney, during Obama's second term election, he came out, was very challenging. He came out with fantastic programs of what he want to do. Infrastructure, health, and all of that. But the American people, because of their level of sophistication, they asked Romney two questions, or three or so. One, could you please tell the American people by what means will you fund all this project? Because people are promising today, and here we are in terms of resources. Oil is gone. People are promising. You know what happened? Romney said he was going to block all leakages. And that once he blocks those leakages, he will have the money to fund these huge billion infrastructure proposals. He said, thank you. But two, could you identify those leakages? And how much will it amount to? Vis-a-vis what he said. That was where Romney failed. Romney could not come to the occasion. That was what led the Destroy Romney campaign. He could not deceive the American people. And so, in 2023, as part of our civic voters education, as contained under Part 1, Section 2 of the Electoral Act 2022, it has only been that we must educate Nigerians on sound knowledge of democracy and democratic processes. And given that one of the fundamental flaws of democracy is the assumption that people will make a rational choice, we are now asking Nigerians that 2023, all those who are now wanting to be candidates in your respective parties, who are now aspirants, the delegates, you must ask them, all that you are promising, how and by what means? If they can tell you, then you make your church for them. May they never come when the umpire will decide for anybody. May they never come when the umpire say, vote for this, vote for that. It will never come. But the law says we have a duty to educate Nigerians. That was how South Korea made it. So they now brought all their best. You remember when we were in school in those days? When it comes to campaign, come for what you call a debate, there's what a manifesto night. That's why you separate the wheat from the chaff. Manifesto night. Come and tell us. You see, if you can say it, given the resources, you can do it. And so, Nigerians, 2023, it should be about how and by what means. All our problems, say insecurity, job creation, because in Nigerian, what we require, it's not about religion, not about ethnicity. 2023 is about job creation, insecurity, job creation, education. One would have thought that ASU is even on strike. The aspirants should be speaking to Nigerian people how they will resolve the problem. That's not going on. So really, Suraj and members of UAC, I would say that today has been a very good one, and all the questions are direct to the issue that we have. One thing I would say to civil society, apart from a few ones, I am so disappointed. Apart from a few ones that I know, particularly those in the situation room, I don't want to mention names, but civil society have disappointed people like us largely. When I was going to this office, I had a meeting with a number of civil society persons because initially I declined. And I said, as I'm going there, it doesn't mean that if you see anything wrong, you will not say it. Because I'm not going to be there forever. You don't say because I am there. You have to. But in my greatest moment of vulnerability, they were never there for me. I could have been killed since. There was an attempt to bomb my car in 2019. We have the audio. It's standing tall and mighty in defense of democracy and the rule of law. Where was civil society? The whole hue and cried about getting in Akwa Ibom was that they wanted ad hoc staff. They wanted to be the one to determine ad hoc staff. And I said it will never happen. Never happen. Because before 2019, in August, I did an auditing of all polling units. I was the only state who did that. And I relocated 23 polling units from private homes. And I dealt a big blow to them. Polling units in private homes, 23. And I didn't do it quietly. Identified them, called Abuja, verified, and I called stakeholders, all past governments. Who's on the slide? This is where the rigging has been going on. Traditional rulers, under my watch. All old things have now passed away. So, civil society, other than the individuals, are not as a body. I've been in Akwa Ibom since 5th of September 2017. I have never stepped into the home of a human being. This is 2022. I have never stepped into the home of a human being. That house, your official house, the office. But for this event, no activity is going on. But I appreciate what UAC is doing. That's why I have to fly down. From here, I'm going back.
I'm going back. But where was civil society? Not there. Even though that we thought we have shared values. What I see them do now, what they say, they have departed. They were never there for someone like me, other than some few individuals. So quite frankly, I was very unhappy. So today you have new 4,861 polling units in Lagos State. Today we have a total of about 13,325 polling units. The new polling unit across were meant to give more expand access of Lagosians to polling unit. So everything about your PVC, all right, you will get your PVC. They'll be distributed, you collect them. So on that note, I want to thank you for this engagement, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Now, let me take Jubril first. Jubril, online. It's on meeting.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so I want to appreciate. Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sir. I want to appreciate the speaker for doing a very good job, and I must commend UAC for a wonderful outing. But like all my issues have been answered, but there is one particular one that has not been touched, and which is a kind of suggestion. We have talked about so many things about the exposition of the Electoral Act, those things we need to do, but there is a major stakeholder that we are leaving out. We are discussing more among the elites in the society, but we need to deliberately take this discussion down to major stakeholders who are in the electoral process. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the common man on the street. I'm talking about the traders, the market men and women, the transporters. Those are the people that are actually out on the day of the election to vote. We need to swing this discussion to public opinion. I am so happy when Mr. Igini was talking about how some people are frustrating the efforts in getting things right in this country. But the truth about the matter is, I know SN will educate me on this. The law permits us to get public opinion towards ensure that some things are done. And until civil organizations like UAC, organizations, NGOs like you, deliberately go down the lane to those people who are on the streets, I think we still have a long way to go, because I'm afraid this discussion, out of everybody in this room, we are just minute compared to people that we have in the electoral process who are voting and who will be taking decision for us in 2023 and beyond. That's just my little contribution. Just UAC to find a way, another organization to find a way of breaking down all these salient things we have discussed here today in order for them to appreciate it and take also leadership position within their local sphere. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think in my introductory remark, I did allude to that for that the part of the essence of this gathering is to empower ourselves towards going out to the lower, west level, addressing the vulnerable. For you to go and enlighten them, you need to be enlightened first, and that is part of what we are doing here by way of capacity building. Now, let me run through the comment. There is a suggestion from the Chairman Movement for Fundamental Change on the fact that we should revert back to the 1979 Electoral Act. There is also Center for Peace and Development from Rivers State. There is a suggestion that the PVC, the INEC had another section in their law concerning your PVC, that where you reside, apart from presidential voting for Nigerians to vote. We have taken that before. Now, I've taken the one on Osun. Now, what has been done about underage registration and voting, and also foreigners on our voters register? Is there any plan to integrate NIN to our register in the future? Then another one, my question is genuinely afraid of their life. Won't they do the unexpected to keep themselves alive? Why only focus on the, isn't it threatening to take a life, a criminal issue? Why aren't the people threatening not arrested and charged? Why are they still allowed to roam to roam free You got the idea, Sha? Yes. Now, how can INEC and Electoral Reform allow roving election observers like Bruno to vote outside the registered polling units when they are doing observation? Now, if INEC can register online, why is it impossible for parties to not to do online registration? Now, very importantly, this question, they said the person said he wants to know about your voters education strategy for the people with disabilities. Then how can we INEC include diaspora in the voting process? Now, somebody is suggesting or asking, why is it impossible for us to print our PVC online, particularly when it involves change of location? Then there is another one. Please, what are the steps taken to reduce the impact of vote selling and buying on an electoral process? Now, somebody suggests an application that can solve most of the citizen engagement with INEC and the electoral process. That if registration can be done online, there could be an app to be done that is accessible without manipulation. Then, well, this one, another suggestion that INEC needs more staff, particularly at the local government level. Then somebody also is asking, why can't the security agencies assist with logistic movement? Of course, you will have known the result by that one alone. Now, this one is the man is a researcher. He said he's interested in all the books that you mentioned. Please make it available on the platform. Then the compulsory debate idea should be entrenched in our laws. Then somebody is suggesting that because of the logistic challenge that you alluded to, why can't INEC make use of DHL, UPS, or NIPOST to address that? That somebody said that because of what you have said so far, and that you should be saying it all over, is beginning to have hope in Nigeria. Then another person is stating that INEC could do a better job by doing more voters education like the one that we are doing now. Now, for the CSOs, that we need to break down, we need to go down to the grassroots. Now, how does INEC verify the eligibility of party members in the case of direct primaries, where the party doesn't have up-to-date register nor any means of identification? Now, again, somebody is insisting also that debate should be a condition precedent to contest. Then somebody is apologetic, unlike Bruno, that on behalf of civil society organization, those of us in the community know that many of them represent what they represent. Be assured, Israel shall remember you. Thank you, comrade. Those of us in civil society are also in politics are now better informed. Those are all the comments from the online. Now, Kiran, can I have your question now? You have 1 minute, then if it's not your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Igini. One particular area that I think INEC may have to assist with respect to, and which is the beginning of rigging, is with respect to forgery of certificates and other documents and making false declarations by contestants. Previously, it used to be that under Section 34 of the Electoral Act of 2010, an ordinary person, every citizen of Nigeria had the right to take an action upon discovering that maybe an aspirant had made a false declaration with respect to his certificates or any other documents in the forms that he filled with INEC. Now that provision had been removed in the current Electoral Act. It has now been limited to only aspirants who participated in the particular primary of the particular party alone can challenge such. Now, if today a private citizen takes such a step and he goes to court, and I as a lawyer, and I say, you don't have local standing, people will start abusing me as a lawyer. They'll say I'm the beginning of rigging. No, I'm not the problem. It is the Electoral Act that has made it no longer available to private citizens. I think INEC may have to intervene in this. Secondly, with respect to submission of certificates, INEC may have to do background checks on some of these documents being submitted. Because if it is garbage in, garbage out, and people do not detect, you now discover that somebody with less than secondary school certificate will become the president or become the senator representing a huge constituency or become a governor. And there is nothing such a person can produce. He had already rigged the election from the beginning. Once he's very poor, the only thing he has in his pocket is money. And there's no way you can deter such a person. So I think INEC may have to intervene in such areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Sir, my question goes to this transmission process. The INEC has been able to prevent rigging from the point of B downward. So, but at the point of A, which is the polling unit, we have all discovered that the politician will bring violence to that place. What is the preventive measure? Because that is the only point that politicians can use to rig this 2023 election. What is the INEC doing to prevent violence at the polling units if violence occurs? And the second question is, if peradventure the bypass did not work, what would happen at the polling unit? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. My question is going to be concerning the logistics. You made mention that the NERCW usually frustrates you on that day of election. Have you ever thought of asking up for volunteers, for instance? There are instances where we have, for instance, during the NSAS protest that we had, a lot of people volunteered to help with food, transportation, even the Lekki drive-through. Most people didn't have cars, but it still happened. So we have people that want to honestly volunteer without having to infiltrate the election or which so concerning the riverine area, what you said, maybe be friendly with the crocodile. For instance, we have boat clubs. We have a lot of rich Nigerians that they will readily drop their boats on this day. And for the problem of maybe politicians infiltrating the polling zone on that day, most times these INEC officials, they don't go back to that polling zone until 4 years later. We have the problem of site survey. If you survey your sites, say 1 month before election, you know the people that are going to cause trouble. Let the government pick them up before that day or before that day. Pick these people, if you have people amongst them, and make sure you use indigents of that people. They know the in and out of that place. Say they block this route, and indigent will tell you, there's another back route. Let's go there. We'll deliver this material on time. But instance, we do is always fire begrudge method. I feel like INEC is one of the major problems we have in this country. Because, yeah, it's because I'm speaking. For instance, when I wanted to get my PVC, they said come by 8. INEC officials won't come until 10. When they finally bring the PVC, you hear they did not bring your PVC from Abuja. So what do you do to that? You cannot vote. So they literally frustrate all your efforts to vote. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to be very law-abiding. I won't go beyond my brief. And the thing is, I just want to find out about the financial independence of INEC, really. I think that's section 3, subsection 3, I think. funds due to the commission for any general election are to be released not later than 1 year before the election. I just want to know if that is being adhered to. Thank you.
Well, we spent a lot of time past 12 already. Comrade, you know, if you watch TV, radio station today, you see avalanche of adverts by aspirants. What exactly, why has INEC decided to keep mute on campaign before, what we call campaign before election?
So let me run through some of the provisions again. Section 117 on the use of voters card. The law says that anybody, any person be entitled to voters card, give it to some other person to use at an election rather than an officer appointed and acting in the course of his or her duty under this act is guilty of an offense and liable to a fine of 1 million naira or imprisonment for 12 months. Again, or both. This is part of what we need to carry along to the grassroots to let them know that those who they will say, come and take 10,000 and bring your PVC, they are equally guilty of an offense. And this one is for the politicians. Lucky you can take notes that those who misbehave, that anybody who at your political meeting disrupt the meeting or incite another to conduct himself in a disorderly manner for the purpose of preventing the transaction of the business for which the meeting was convened, or as in his possession an offensive weapon or missile, is also commits an offense and liable on conviction to a maximum of 500,000 or imprisonment for a term of 12 months or both. So those are for you people. Now, this is very important. Somebody asked a question relating to section 115 on nomination. The law says a person who signs a nomination paper consenting to be a candidate at an election, knowing that he or she is ineligible to be a candidate. That is, you know that you are not eligible, but you still went ahead, filled and signed and submitted nomination paper, that you are guilty of an offense and liable on conviction to a maximum fine of 50 million naira or imprisonment for not less than 10 years or both. So you should look out for them, then see how they can use one as scapegoat. Because there are so many people that know that they are not eligible, but they still go ahead in the process. So that is against nomination. Then I take one more before I take the response from our lead discussant. Again, this relates to the issue which he has alluded to. Two things he has said to us, which I don't know whether we paid attention on the issue of broadcast. For the purpose of this act, I think it was section 94(1) says that for the purpose of this act, the period of campaigning in public by every political party shall commence 150 days before the polling day and end 24 hours prior to that date. And two, most importantly, a registered political party which through any person acting on his behalf, that is any aspirant or candidate acting before the procures for publication, acquiesces in the publication of an advertisement in a paper for the purpose of promoting or opposing a particular candidate, commits an offense under this act and liable to conviction to a maximum fine of 500,000. Now, campaign for election, this is the last one, section 95. A candidate or his party shall campaign for election in accordance with the rules and regulations as may be determined by the commission. Now, this is part of what I got from what the lead discussion said, that if, for example, these rules and regulations are put in place, you contravene it, and you now did the election and succeed, and somebody challenge it, to what extent can you go? Or the such party or candidate use state apparatus, including the media, shall not be employed to the advantage or disadvantage of any political party or candidate at any election. At any public electronic media, equal time shall be allotted to all political parties or candidates during prime times at similar hours each day, subject to the appropriate fees. So let me stop here and take the response of our lead discusser to the various other issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Most of the provisions that he has read out that have been referenced in the course of the questions, the question now is, who is to enforce it? They deliberately left that out. Is it even right for INEC to now even be the one going to court? Why did you do this? Why did you do on certain matters like all this campaign? No, we already be in the arena. We'll be accused of partisanship. That we are favoring this, favoring that. They auto look, I had a junior who worked in NBC. You know, the country, sometimes we feel like giving up. Because where would you turn to? You go here, you meet roadblock. You go here, you meet roadblock. A junior of mine works in NBC. He left the place. Sometimes ago, 2011, I asked him, this whole thing, what would have thought that NBC should be responsible? But you'll be interested in opposition, you know, dealing with opposition, but the government at the state level, at all levels, they don't look at them. And he told me that is the time they also make their money. You know, in Nigeria now, election time is the period, some people that is for money making. All people in the various bodies and all that, if you see what we do in INEC, to try to let people look, election period is not for money making. Who is to enforce? It's not there. They just put them there. They are mere aspirational. Look at the use of PV by non-holder. It's there. But again, those are some of the things by our innovation. It's also taken care of now. That is why any society to fail to reform, to respond to the swift of change, will be overtaken by the chaos of decline and decay. And that is why all that we're doing is to deal with all those matters if fully implemented, because the devil is in the implementation. All right? Now, campaign finances. I will check the current position now. Before now, the old law, and I still think that's what is there, is that expenses incurred by political party in respect of their candidate shall not be taken into account. But meanwhile, you limit that of the candidate, but the one that the party will spend shall not be taken into account. On the one hand, you pretend that you have limited it. On the other hand, there's an open way. It's there. Do you know that time there was, I can't remember, in 2003, there was a provision for the use of thugs. Do you know that? There was a provision for the use of thugs in the law that a private person can use is there for his own protection and so on and so forth. But by 2007, when they will no longer be together, because by 2007, you know, they all moving to different direction. When they now made 2006 Electoral Act, they now prohibited the use of private security. The use of thugs. That's why they brought in thugs. So, this is where we are. On the issue of adverts and campaign, there should be a body to do that. No provision. Financial independence. Yes, I can tell you that with respect to INEC, you know, the current law said that every year, who has the question? It's a very good question. Yeah. Every year it has, you know, it just came on stream. It was signed in February. But by practice, we've always ensured that the executive have to release money for us. That's the difference between us and SIEC. Please, I don't want us to go there. SIEC? Oh, no, let us not go there. Because Nigerians, please take note of this. Do you know that democracy we are practicing has no foundation? It has no foundation. Because today, in the entire 774 local government in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, every state and state, all state controlled by respective political parties, when it comes to local government election, they have become conquered territories of the government in those respective states. There's no democracy going on there. What they have that you call election are nothing but facade in the name of democracy. No election. The 36 state governors of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, through what they call claimed power that we cannot see in the books, claimed power. They are so powerful that despite the fact that they belong to different political parties, when it comes to local government, they belong to one party. They work together. Is there election going on in those areas? How come when it comes to SIEC election, you win everything? A week after or 2 weeks after, INEC will conduct the election. They will lose. We were at Ilorin, Kwara State, right? 2012. And to do auditing. My position has been very clear. Until there is financial and operational independence of SIEC, we will never witness democracy at that level. In that auditing, shockingly, a whole 625 states at that time do not have SIEC. They don't have an electoral body at the state level. It's only in Nigeria. The only time that multi-party democracy reflected was the last time INEC conducted the election in local government in 1998. That was the last time. AD, PDP, they all won, different parties won everywhere. But by the time the 1999 Constitution was promulgated, that was the end of democracy at that level. I grew up in Ondo State, Lagos here, and Delta, to see that local government is the most important tier of government. It's the tier closer to Nigerian people. Where is that government today? Where is it? And Nigerians are keeping quiet. We have lost local government. No democracy going on there. It's about selection that goes on there. How do you expect that democracy to be very strong? Because those who are not used to election now, who are councillors, who are selected by chief executives as councillors and chairmen, apart from Sokoto, and not Lagos here, one time there's some people with councillors or something like that, Lagos and Kaduna. So, what has been happening are nothing but organized crime. That's how I describe them. Just organized crime. In the name of democracy, in the name of elections. We lost it. These guys who are not used to election, as councillors, as chairmen, they will be the ones that will graduate to INEC conducted elections. And that's why we continue to have this trouble. But for us, Israel has gone too far for Egypt to catch up with. With our innovations, we have a new sheriff in town. To change that, but we must pay attention. We must ask ourselves, what is happening to local government? That's the closest tier of government to the people. Not state capital. Not at all. So that's very important. Now, we normally do security mapping, my friend. We have what we call security mapping. We know the talks. We know where, look, who will enforce it? I told you that there is an association for Togri in Nigeria. They do intrastate Togri and they do interstate Togri services in Nigeria. They brought them to Akwa Ibom State. Did you not watch them on television? Were they not released? They were released. They will release them. What are you talking about? They will release them. We are taught in criminal law, in criminology, that every crime that is not committed, that is not punished, that is rewarded, will be repeated. It will be repeated. How did you get to a point where you have Togri Association in Nigeria? They do intrastate service and interstate services. So, my good friend, I can see that, you know, you like to make a lot of suggestions. Really, I'm happy, but the only problem, some of the suggestion is that you will make the system more vulnerable. For example, when you say boat club is jet ski. I like jet ski a lot. Is that jet ski? What do you to carry bulk material, carrying INEC stuff and all that? No. You know, those are the jolly boat. They used to go to some of the beaches around. The boat club, I don't go there. All right? Then, of course, you talked about volunteers. Which volunteers? The spirit of volunteers are gone in Nigeria. We are paying for everything now. No spirit of volunteers. Even those we are even paying, they still collect money from politicians to undermine us. As I speak to you yesterday, 3 staff are going to be in trouble under investigation. I said the report must be ready on my table, and it's ready on my table. Because we are doing primaries. The primaries, let me clarify this. Primary is not INEC that conduct primary process. Our job is to observe the process. They write our report. We don't produce the ballot. We don't do anything. That's why it's shocking that a federal high court judge, in respect of the primary or Congress that was conducted in Akwa Ibom on the 16th of October last year, peacefully, no problem. But suddenly, they went to change the result. Somebody scored 1,278. The last person on the list out of the 10 aspirants scored 006. Look at my finger. 1,278, 006. They went without changing the entire total, removed that one, put it behind the 006, and became 1,006. The person who won the election became 278. Obtained surreptitiously, submitted it to INEC office as copy. Meanwhile, we have the original result, everything. Got it certified, went to a federal high court, got a judgment. The man who scored 6 had not been made the chairman. The same thing that landed somebody in jail. So you can see. So, my friend, voluntarism is gone. We are paying for everything now. Nothing is free. In fact, they believe that INEC has money. INEC has money. That's what they are saying now. Anybody, INEC has money. Even the security agency, we have to do something. My friend, if you know what you are up to there. If I Beaver's face, what's the next way? At what stage? If at that stage, a point of accreditation in the unlikely event, because we have redundant numbers. All right? In the unlikely event that the one that 2 extra that are there, which is, as I say, is in the unlikely event. And if that election total number will affect the overall outcome, we postpone to the next day. With respect to results, there's even no issue about that at all. So there's no problem. But we are aware. No, in terms of network, that's why I told you. Once you move from one point to the other, it will go. Yes, the area you mentioned, for example, the moment first, you must at that point send it. You must send it there. It will not go, all right? But the moment, but you know, you cannot retrieve it again. So the moment we move to the other stage, it will go. So we have no problem at all. Are you getting the point? Right. All right. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. No, I'm gonna. Then violence, what is that violence had come to the polling unit. First, I told you that I identify about 7 stakeholders. No INEC staff is trained to disarm armed thugs. So the training we give to them, I am not trained anyway to disarm armed people. Look, if you are losing the head, you don't talk about cap. If you're about to lose your head, don't bother about the cap. Save your head first. So the training for our staff, including myself, is that when they come with their ta-ta-ta-ta, you remember ta-ta-ta-ta? And they say they want to carry the ballot paper, ballot box, and all that, allow them go. Your power is report. Now you don't write it there. You allow them. All you do is your power of report. And because we're also doing tracking, so we know. I just gave you an example that people sat like this in the 31 local government, each laptop. As a matter we're proceeding from the central bank. I was tracking everything. So when one character was using, whether it's fake security, I don't know, or carrying people away, and I said, when you steal the drum of a community, where will you beat it? Where will you beat it? All right? So, now, importantly, and perhaps far more important, with respect to all these issues we are talking about, the absence of who to enforce, the absence of not having it, the absence of exclusion, all of that. Who is responsible for lawmaking? And somebody tried to say, why is INEC doing that? In South Korea, and in some other country right now, particularly in South Korea, it is the electoral management body that had a vision of how elections should be that make proposal for law to send to the assembly, not the lawmakers. In my book, A Theory and Practice of Election Management, and I made a point that if those who are to be regulated by law are the one making the law, there will be legal hazards. Where have you seen a stockbroker ask to ask financial regulation? What do you expect to happen? With respect to law, as I mentioned in my book, what you have, what you call status capture or status sabotage. Section 31 of the Repeal 2010 Electoral Act, the proviso following Section 87, either you have used direct or indirect primary of the Repeal Act, was to the effect that names, list of candidates submitted by political parties shall not be refused by the Independent National Electoral Commission for any reason whatsoever. What an omnibus word. How did that come about? Because of the decision I took with respect to Cross River in 2011 when I signed. The matter was in the Federal High Court by Justice Ademola in Calabar. While we're there, those who have power, they went to Abuja and they went to insert. Normally, the section ends at after whatever they should in 30 they should submit the list of their candidate to the Independent National Electoral Commission. Full stop. They just remove the full stop and say, provided that INEC shall not refuse whatever list sent for them for any reason whatsoever. So a foreigner, anybody can come in. That was an invasion. It was because of what happened in Cross River. In response to that, I addressed a press conference in Abuja. You know, after myself and chairman, Jaga met. Said, look, this is what happened. Title, Who Killed Section 87-9? Who killed 779? That was a midnight operation. Because 87-9, the subsection 9 of that 87 was to the effect that a party that have chosen either direct or indirect primary, when they shall have concluded that process, observed by INEC by virtue of section 85 of the Electoral Act, section 87 subsection 9 now said, if parties submit names other than the one witnessed by INEC and the party at that level, INEC shall reject it. So that gave INEC some administrative power to say what we saw on that day is not what we are submitting. That's why sometimes this our education can be problematic. As I speak to you now, there may be somebody who are monitoring what we are saying here today now. They have done it to me. That's why sometimes that's okay. Said it is I will not say. Because when we came on board in 2010, and that provision was there, by way of saying political party, beware of this, so that you don't fall into the trap. I was the one everywhere giving education. I didn't know that that education is what they are going to use to undermine. So immediately that happened, they just went ahead and did that. That is what the country has been suffering since 2011. Till now, it's only now that they remove it. So in South Korea, those who make the law for elections, who made the proposal, you see, all that is done is for the parliament to approve it. It's not the parliament that on its own doing everything. But in any case, we were part of what the process. But not everything that we requested that have been granted. All right? But what have been added to what we have at the moment, I am saying that we have good enough laws, that what is now left is the challenge of implementation. That is where we need to focus on. Issue about forgery of document, raised by a senior advocate. They have carried the whole matter now from, before any Nigeria can challenge, any particular with respect to eligibility and all that, they are taking everything now to the Federal High Court. So Federal High Court docket is going to be clogged now. Everything now is more about election. Is election an end itself, or is supposed to be a means toward development? We are doing more of elections now. Election. Do you know that hardly would there be a vacancy that INEC will not be under pressure to go and conduct the election there? Political office is for the elite, for their position. And that's why I made the point clear, like Wolferson, when he said, okay, the point I have made myself is that at the moment, democracy is not yet working at the level of the ordinary people. It's now at the level of the elite, their families and their friends. It's not yet at the level of the ordinary people. This is what we need to do. And that's why we need people. We need people. Here's an opportunity. Every periodic election is an opportunity to renew the journey of a country. Now it is time for us to do so. So, limitation of who can challenge is gradually taking everything to that level. All right? Who can screen? I told you that this is a real country that anything that we are doing that is going well, we run away from it. Before now, used to be INEC, DSS, and all the agencies. They will have all the certificate together. So without having to spend money going to court and all of that, once we see that there's a petition, we now call the university, call to verify administratively. We just do that administratively. But now we have to go to court. People should take note of the warning of Jonathan Sumption, the retired Supreme Court Justice. about the expanding empire of the courts in political matters. He warned that the moment court of law begin to answer political questions, because most of the questions they are taking to court, they are political questions, couched in legal terms, that there will be struggle for the control of the courts. There will be struggle for the control of the courts. And that is dangerous for our democracy. Today, politicians have different court order in their pockets, ex parte order. Depend on what they want. They have got to the point that they will come to meet some of our people to say, look, this your guy is a problem. Tomorrow there will be one court order. All we want is just for him to obey. As a lawyer, you said that to me? Well, they have not directly, because you know I will take it to the public domain. But behold, by 12 o'clock tomorrow, there will be an order. There will be an ex parte order. So, and that is what Jonathan Swanson is warning. The expanding empire of the courts on political matters, that it has a heavy cost. We should be careful. Courts are not be able to answer political questions. It's terrible. It's going to destroy the system, and our democracy will be in danger. Verifying party members. The membership verification, we don't have business with verifying people, parties' membership. It's the business of party members. They should know they are members. But as I've said, because democracy is vulnerable, it has to be protected. We are now micromanaging them. Why should we actually be micromanaging political party? It shouldn't be so. But because, as I've said, it's extremely vulnerable. With respect to PWD, what we have done for the purpose of inclusivity is to provide those things that are required for them to be part of the process, most of which have been, publicly announced to the braids and all of that. Then we're also trying to see that the arrangement of the polling unit should be such that we take them into account. This is not a society we planned from the beginning. If you go to Europe, everywhere, from the construction of their roads, building, everything is provided ab initio. Is that not so? So we only try the best that we can do. Then more staff. No, we don't need more staff again in INEC, because all about the world is supposed to be a volunteer work that we should do. So quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, this is very, as I said, tremendously engaging. I want to say thank you again. And very exhaustive, because going to Nigeria, there's something. No, thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Yeah, let's round up now. I just draw attention to the last people proposition, and we round up. We take the closing remark. The time has been fast spent. I don't even know where we are. Where are we? At the end. At the end. Yes, truly, we are nearing the end of it now. In your closing remarks, some of them that I feel you should allude to, I will just draw your attention to it because I know Kera is in a hurry. Now, I saw in section 8.5, again, somebody asked a question about the recruitment of politicians at their office. I don't know whether that provision is applicable, section 8, subsection 5, that if you misrepresent yourself to be politically neutral and you are recruited, it's a crime. 5 million. So you bear that in mind also. Muri, that is your people that are always being recruited. 5 million naira fine or imprisonment. So when they invite you, just decline. That is equally provided for in the law. Of course, we have been told that the registration will close next month, 30th. So we need to encourage more people to please go, particularly the informed people. We need to overwhelm the vulnerables, the market women and others that are unable to identify what they want. Please, we need to quickly be on that. Then the register, we should get more interested also in the display of the register this time around. There are a lot of people that have relocated, the names are still there. There are so many that are dead, their names are still there. And we don't take our time to go and look at them in our area. And I think that is important. Yes, we should raise objection. I'm saying all this one because what we are doing, if you recall, is capacity building for ourselves, so that we know the responsibility we owe the system, so that we can go outside and encourage people to do all these things. I'm glad several questions have come up on replacement of voters card. We have dealt with that already. Then somebody asked about buying a vote online the last time, section 22C, dealt with that if you buy, anybody that buys or offers to buy any voter's card, whether on his own behalf or on behalf of any other person. Yes.
When I say that, when we are ready.
No, that one is not.
If we are ready to make progress in our country, we will make that progress. The problem of vote buying didn't start in Nigeria. In United Kingdom, in America, when the standard of living was very low, there were incidents of vote buying. It was massive at that time. But the problem we have in this part of the world and in Africa is that even after others have gone through a situation and they have provided a solution, should we go through that situation again? Why? Because of vote buying, violence, killing in Latin America, in US, in London, during the period, and across the world as at that time. The people of Australia in 1856 came up with the idea of secret balloting. There were reluctance in England. They followed it up in 1872. And US in 1894, after the 1884 presidential elections. What was it meant to achieve? Was that all of these persons here, they were used to vote buying. They are giving them money. They were doing part payment even in England as at that time. They were doing part payment. They will even have to tear the pound into half. They give you half. So after you have voted and the evidence, they will come the thing back. They were doing that in England. So that you can understand the history and the ecology. They did that in England. And that was why they were even reluctant. Look at the period, 1872, since 1856 when it was introduced. But here's the message here. All of them will be giving money so that they can vote for me. So when they brought secret ballot, when there was a cubicle, this is now the cubicle, right? So I walked in here. I vote for him. Even though they are giving money, right? They are giving money and all that. So they all walk in there, collected their money and all that. They will vote for the real candidate. They know that they will do the job. At the end of the election, the man who spent money for all these guys, they lost. Because every one of them, when they came, say, I voted for you. I voted for you. Because they didn't see it. That was what destroyed vote buying across the world. Is that not what we are doing here? We have even decided to improve what they call open secret balloting system. You come before the presiding officer openly, right? Issue you a ballot paper after the process of checking that you're on the register. The next stage is to go to the cubicle. You are not supposed to be, it's closed, all right? You make your choice. You are expected to close to fold the ballot. Then you come openly and that's what we call open secret balloting system. What we even did was to say it is possible that he would have gone to that cubicle in England with a extra ballot in his pocket or her pocket. But because it's going to be open, we are not sure but to drop a one. So let's assume that we even have made improvement on the Australian secret ballot. But what has happened here? Like every other thing. The people now said they will carry their telephone. They started snapping the thing here. And all that. That have led to something that people say we are infringing on the right of Nigerians. And we say, now, the law and regulations, you can come with your what do you call your phone or handset. But the moment you enter to appear before the presiding officer, from the point of issuing ballot paper to you, to the point of cubicle, you must not have your telephone again. But let me tell you the tragedy of Nigeria. We are a difficult people. I have a video which I would have shared with you today. We are presiding officer, we are working. All of them, they line up to queue. Somebody who came to share money, we have police and all that. He was over there. They ran away from the queue, including security men, to go and collect money. Have you not been seeing them? They left the queue, and our presiding officer were now waiting for them. The question is, the security people all night should prevent that. Who will arrest them? Who will arrest them? Who will enforce the law that you have referenced? Thank you very much.
I'm sure you are getting more than you bargained for. So, doctor, you are enjoying it. Thank you. Now, I told you about the people selling PVC that is criminal. If we get information, we can arrange them, set them up, and get them, make scapegoat of them. And of course, those who prevent the registration or discourages people or those involved in even compelling people to use fictitious names, all those are criminalized. So there are provisions and penalty for them in the law. But most importantly, the one of interest to me, which Gerard knows that is of interest to a lot of human rights activities, the provision of Section 27(3). You know, before, the terrorism used to be from the military men, when military men are deployed for the purpose of rigging election. Now, the law has changed now that in the first instance, security agencies can only be requested by INEC. And they are the only one that can also determine the deployment. In other words, they are the people that will say, we need 100 policemen, they must be here. Once a policeman leaves the place is assigned to another, is on illegal duty from that moment. That is the provision of Section 27. It now put a proviso that provided that the commission itself shall only request for the deployment of Nigerian armed forces for the purpose of securing distribution and delivery of election materials and protection of election officials. In other words, they must never be part of the electoral process. So that is important to us when we see them, that we must know that they are on illegal duty. Now, just like we said the last time, that if you are not eligible and you present yourself under nomination, the fine is 50 million. Also, a political party that equally nominate or sponsors them is guilty and will be liable to, on conviction, to 10 million naira. And they gave those one, the party itself 10 million. Yes. So that is another one that we should. Now, one that is of interest to me again is Section 33, which is an improvement of what happened in Kogi. You all remember Kogi? That one now is that where a person dies or he withdraws, for example, if somebody withdraw now or is said to have withdrawn, it is not automatic that the next person will be the candidate. A new primary must be held within 14 days before you can have candidates. It's no more automatic again as I've signed the draft form. So when I'm not going, this my person will go. So you have to go for new. Yes. So that also, I think we need to take into consideration. And 34B also dealt with the issue of Kogi situation, that if you die also, there must be new fresh primary to substitute the person and so on and so forth. Now, again, I go to the issue of the format. We don't need those ones. Those are technical. Those are the areas that lawyers will eat from. So you don't need that one. I said you want to deny care of that. They cannot, don't worry. Now, we look at, let me see the ones that are germane for us to also note for the purpose. Of course, we've been told that there's no more manual accreditation. You can't do that on again. So once you see it, it's illegal. No incident form. No incident form, nothing. That we must all call it bear in mind now as we proceed. Now, there was a question, I don't know whether I wasn't there, maybe when I stepped out, about the visually impaired people and the incapacitated voters. I know section 54(1), this with it, that the commission shall take reasonable steps to ensure that persons with disabilities, special needs, and vulnerable persons are assisted at the polling place by the provision of a suitable means of communication, such as braille, large embossed print, electronic devices, sign language interpretation, or off-site voting in appropriate. I don't know whether that is available now. Okay, so we should take note of that also. Now, again, we need to also look at the provision of section 57. Now, well, we have somebody who has registered you and you know that this person is below 18 and is on the queue. You can raise objection and get him arrested. That equally is there. Security agent, of course, we have spoken about the military and all those one. I'm just trying to rush through so that we can close. Then we have, let me see the one that is germane again. We have been told about section 65(2) already. The results form, the countersigning, that has been said. Every result from completed at the world, local government, state, and national in accordance with the provision of the Act or any guideline issued by the Commission shall be stamped, signed, and countersigned by the relevant officers and polling agents at those levels, and copies given to all of them, including the police, where available. Then for lawyers, how to access all the various documents, this one is provided for. This one is important. I don't know the consequence. Maybe in your closing remark when I give you this, it is said, I think somebody raised the issue, I don't know, that the law says that every registered political party shall maintain a register both in hard copy and electronically. Now, that register must be made available to the commission not later than 30 days before the date fixed for the party primaries, congresses, or convention. The consequence, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it's provided for where they fail. They will not provide it. Now, but whether they have even done that or not, I don't know, because I know that it's not likely to be available in some parties that I know. Now, look, man, this one is a part of what, when you didn't ask directly, the contribution. The commission shall have power to place limitation on the amount of money and other assets which an individual can contribute to a political party or candidate, and to demand such information on the amount donated as source of funds. I don't know whether INEC ever does that. Then electoral expenses shall not exceed the following. For the maximum anybody going for president shall spend must not exceed 5 billion. For governor chief, 1 billion. For senatorial and House of Rep, must not exceed 100 million to 70 million respectively. That is House of Rep 100, Senate 70 million. For Assembly, 30 million naira maximum. Then for councillor in the FCT, 5 million. Then this one is important. No individual or other entity shall donate to a candidate more than 50 million naira. That one is also there. And there is supposed to be an audited account of the party annually, but that has never been done. I remember when I was legal advisor and the letter came, and I insisted they must respond. They just ignored it and nothing happened at the end of the day. And there are enough expansive provision that even criminalizes where the audited account is forged. We have provisions in the new law that provide for all those ones. Then election expenses to be incurred by parties are also to be determined by INEC in consultation. I'm not aware also that that has been done. Policemen, this is again for the politician. A political party shall not accept or keep in its possession any anonymous monetary or other contribution, gift or property. That is, they cannot say that we don't know who donated what. That must be signified. There is a crime. And the last one I will draw our attention is that a person shall be deemed to be acting in pursuance of a lawful duty if he's acting in his capacity of a police officer as a member of security authorized to carry arms and is specifically posted to be present at the political rally or procession. So you cannot use your own orderly to be at the place or recruit from any other, except specifically posted on that assignment. Those are the circumstances. And I think those are the German area that we need to bear in mind in our crusade. Now, by way of conclusion now, the INEC, sir, I want to just raise the issue so that you then round up with all of them. Now, how did INEC come out or come to the conclusion about the presumption of integrity for the professors? Why they are always using them as a returning officer? How did it come to that conclusion, particularly when they don't even get salary that can take them home in the face of all those temptations? Now, do INEC ever get interested in the money exchange among delegates during the party primaries in the monitoring capacity? Then, most importantly for our purpose, why is INEC not obliging partners, the registers, free of charge? In our association here, we applied to INEC when we started our, we wanted to be going around to be doing civic education among those that register. We applied for it. They asked us to bring 7-point-something million naira. Where we are going to get that, we don't know. They wrote out a letter to that effect. We said, we are helping you to do your job, partnering with you, and you are saying we should come and pay money. Yes, so then election observation too, how they determine all those ones, we don't know. Then what is your Center for Democratic Study doing in all this? Don't you think that if there are courses that are certificated and people go for those courses, they might be the best people to recruit for the purpose of your functions? Then certainly from the provision of the act and what you have said, there's a major challenge in enforcement. Hopefully by next month, our roundtable will be on enforcement. We'll be able to bring people who will talk to us about how do we enforce most of these provisions that we have seen. Then I don't know whether the center also developed modules, your center for the purpose of education at all levels on democratic values. Well, we have said on our own as an organization, we will work along to see that some faculties institute courses on the electoral laws in Nigeria. Now, I think those are the issues that I've noticed. So may please give your closing remark. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's been a very long day. I also want to thank everybody for paying attention and for being here for this very long time. By way of remark, I want to say here on behalf of the commission where I work that our commitment towards credible, free, fair, all-inclusive election, that its determination should be done finally and conclusively at the last point of collation and not in the court of law remains unwavering. That is what we will do and continue to do, hoping that all of us, the entire stakeholders in the democratic process, you make your own contribution. Because the broad outline of the 21st century is clear. It offers opportunity for people who can live together, who can develop new ties that bind them together and to embrace change. UAC, change Nigeria. Anybody, any institution or a country that fails to embrace the changing times will obviously be overtaken by the chaos of decay and decline. We've been using professor because of the problem we had using state civil services and teachers who were under the state. No underage person goes for registration without being sponsored. So do you want to, you go for the people who sponsor them. That is the challenge. And so when the rigged election are manipulated because they are under the state civil service, they are not able to punish them. And that's why Justice Akpata, when he came aboard in 1999, started with vice chancellors. The presumption here is that university lecturers who are in the four walls of the universe, the highest place of learning, those who constitute the crème de la crème of society, who will be called upon to just add figures, just to aggregate figures and give us summary. We'll do some of the things some of them have been doing. Who will believe? Who will believe? But I must add that despite the unacceptable conduct of a number of them, quite majority of them have done creditably. They have done well. But it's unexpected because what happened in the University of Benin, a PhD holder, just like the one I told you, manipulated figures, he could not withstand it. He died on account of that. And it's still happening. The poverty level, the challenge of living that we are talking about is affecting them too. No, I know that. But who we expect that people of presumed integrity. Now, we don't know where to turn to now. Maybe we need to apply to God to give us some angels to come and help us conduct election in Nigeria. This is where we are heading to now. Where do we turn to now? So, Prof, let's say, and this is the reason why we went there. Little did we know that we are going to have this kind of a problem. Look, the greatest amount of money is spent during primaries, not the 500 naira during election day. You know, when it comes to the one of the poor people, we are up and doing to persecute them. There's loud silence now about the ongoing things that are going at the moment. So you say, what is INEC doing? Look, we are in a situation where we are not a pair, unlike the regular football pitch when The referee can issue yellow card, red card. The players are stronger than us. Because of some matters, we are never empowered in the first instance. But where we are empowered, we will stand tall and mighty in defense of democracy and the rule of law. So with primaries, they are the ones. The reason why we must take exception to election rigging is the fact enunciated long time ago, whether by Robert Meeker in his book, The Iron Law of Oligarchy, or by Joseph Schumpeter in his contribution to the theory of the states, titled Competitive Election, or called Democratic Elitism. He made the point eloquently that in a final analysis, democracy becomes a rule by the few. And that, with respect to the subject of primaries, Schumpeter said that who becomes a candidate in a political party, he says, it's a matter for those who have influence and power. Who should be a candidate? It's a matter for those who have influence and power. Because those who are going to vote for presidential, state house of assembly, or governorship election by 25th of February 2023, and on the 11th of March, with respect to governorship, Schumpeter said there are people already chosen by those who already have influence and power. We are only limited to the choices already made. Otherwise, and that is why people are opposed to direct primaries. Because in a direct primaries, members of political party, all you require to evidence of membership. Is that not so? If you allow for that, many will not make it. And so, because democracy is vulnerable, extremely vulnerable, that's the reason why the umpire will have to come in to do all he can. That, well, you can choose anybody you have chosen, but we shall meet in Philippi. And that's why we are strengthening the process, so that even the people you already chosen don't come and mess the process. See, allow the people to make a choice between those you have already chosen. Who becomes a candidate in a political party is a matter for those with pre-existing influence and power and interests. What you have is nothing but circulation of elites, according to Alfred Pareto. So, we can only do our best within our own sphere of constitutional responsibility. And I will tell you, we'll discharge our duty. INEC has electoral institutes where trainings are done. In fact, some of the innovations you hear about, they come from there. We make suggestions. We are free to bring in our ideas, and they go into that institute, they look at them and all that. That's the body setup for training of EU, training of it. For most of the training manual and all of that, they all come from there. So we have such a robust body, just like the one we went to visit in South Korea that I mentioned to you. And there was something about registration I didn't quite get right about registration. But in any case, we have given so much to show today. The law has expanded the range of individuals' rights. But as we have said, the action of extra-constitutional actors, non-legitimized individuals, have tended to curtail the scope of individual choices. As an umpire, we continue to do our best, and as a citizen, UAC, and any other body, We need your support. We need your cooperation. With respect to voters register, I'm going to take that on board because they are given to political parties. For any reason, there's a particular regulation at the moment, which perhaps we may not be able to change on time. I can advise you, you can get it from the political parties because if what is small political party, they are entitled to it. All parties, they come. So you can even get it and all of that. Then with respect to restriction of CSO, the criteria are usually advertised. For that of Ekiti also, there's an explosion. They are going to be advert for that of next election. And part of what we are doing now, part of what we are doing since the first one on access to justice, the second one on democracy without eternal democracy, and this current one, critical overview of profound provision, are some of the things that you have been doing so far to partner with INEC. Have those things as your records as they make new adverts. And some of us were in the system. We can testify to what you have done. When that time comes, please, you are free to let me know. So on that note, I really want to thank every one of you. I hope I have not overtaxed the generosity of your listening ears. Once again, thank you very much and God bless.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mike Igini. I'm disappointed that you did not disappoint me. He has done what he knows best and that he has been doing right from the days of student activism. And it is a pride to us in the field of struggle that we have somebody we can point to who has not reneged from his oaths to the cause of the struggle. He has stood tall, he has proven himself, and today we are happy to have you. We have learned so much from you. We have taken so much from you that we practitioners in the field of electoral acts in courts, we have something to take away. We have so much to take away that we believe that we are going to profit from further. Thank you very much. And I must thank, yes, are you angry with that? You that you have compromised the process, you are here, you are online. So double registration. So you can imagine. So I must thank the convener for this wonderful event and UAC as a body for this wonderful opportunity for Nigerians to look into the new Electoral Act, to learn from people who are actually utilizing the act and who are in the field of practice, not only in theory. Today, I believe that every Nigerian present here and those who are going to watch online through the media will have the opportunity to say, yes, we know how to protect our electoral rights better. I must thank the hosts of this particular event, Ibis Hotel. They've been with us for so long. They have always been with us from the beginning of this organization, and we owe them so much. If we were to be paying for everything, for every opportunity that we have been given to showcase our intention here, definitely this organization might not be able to live up to its billings. We must thank Ibis Hotel. Otumba Okenla, we thank you very much, and the organization will continue to prosper. I must thank all our participants, all the organizations that are represented here, both physically and online. We thank you very much. We have always had you, and it is your presence that has been given this organization the tonic that it needs to continue performing well. United Action for Change will not, yes, LASEC is represented here. We thank you very much. And I think from what has been said, LASEC has been handling election at the level of the states. No matter what, the organization has been making, at least there has been representation from the various local governments in terms of local government governance. We believe that the organization is willing to improve our lot. That is why they sent representatives here. Political parties too are represented here. Internal democracy within our political parties is sine qua non to our electoral fortune. Until we are able to achieve this, there is no way we can produce genuinely electoral-led representative government. There is no way. So it is important that we work on all this. We thank you very much for being here and participating in the process. May we all return home safely. Thank you very much. Right.
As a token of appreciation to our lead discussants, so I want to call Dr. Kola Folabi to present this little thing so that we know we cannot pay you.
That, no money can be as important as we cannot give you money. We just have this token to say thank you very much for being with us and for the erudite presentation. Thank you very much.